Hold you can hear me. What? Yeah, which one was that? Yeah, you give me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I am watching you. I'm watching you. And now that's cable my earphone. Can I use it now? Your voice is coming out. Sorry, I can hear your voice. Hold on. Oh, What is it? Can we unplug it and plug it in them? Unplug what? Is it my extension they moved it? Yeah, it came from that table. Yeah, I didn't know they moved it. Yeah, I did the extension here now. Okay, but everything here is plugged on it. That's what we can see on this one. So why moving it? That's what we. Okay. So we need to rush too much, but our program they are going to be asking for their name.
Yeah.
Background. Yeah, I did that for now. Which one now? I better check on that side. Let's take it back. Don't look your head. Follow this place now. This place. Yes, yes.
Okay. Once again, like to Benjamin Slani, Mandate Secretary, Women Affairs, Secretariat FCT, is ably represented. All right, announcing the arrival of the Honorable Minister of State for Youth Development, Honorable Ayodele Olawande. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're pleased to have him in our midst this morning. Shall we all rise for the national anthem, please? Like I promised earlier. And the time has finally come. Second stanza, please. O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help the youth the truth to know, in love and honesty and live in lust and truth, great lofty heights attain, will the nation where peace and justice shall reign. Amen. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria and God bless everyone here. I know it's been a while, we all, recited the second stanza, but then again, we all did beautifully well. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our partners, invited guests, media partners, our honorable minister, and everyone seated here. It gives me great pleasure to be your host and compare for today. My name is Zulayhat Belagover, and I'm welcoming you all to this beautiful occasion organized by the Office of the SSA to the President on Citizenship and Leadership, Young Women's Leaderships Conference. This is the first outing, the first edition of this program. All right, we're going to start with a welcome address, and please permit me to welcome someone, a strategic communication and government relations professional with a background in politics and advocacy, a government communications expert, a social and behavior change communication expert, a hardworking woman, a woman that derives joy in uplifting other women, a woman of virtue. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome the convener of this conference, the SSA to the President on Citizenship and Leadership, Ms. Risola Abiola, for her welcome address. Please let's give her a beautiful resounding applause. You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much and good morning, everyone. I would like to apologize once again for starting behind schedule and also thank you for your patience. Her Excellency, the Honorable Minister for Youth Development, Dr. Jamila Veo Ibrahim, His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of State for Youth Development, my dear brother, my friend, my leader, Honorable Ayodele Olawande, Your Excellencies, the Directors General of the NYSC, of CLTC, my leaders within the Ministry of Youth, Her Excellency, the Executive Director of NEXIM, Honorable Stella Okotete, and all our able dignitaries here present, and also represented by very able representatives. I would like to stand on established protocols. My name is Risola Abiola, and I would like to thank you very much for coming. It is with great pleasure and a strong sense of gratitude that I stand here today before you all, dignitaries, colleagues, public servants, friends, and our dear young women and men who have left their studies, work, and businesses to be here today. The Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Citizenship and Leadership is a constituent unit of the federal government of Nigeria, charged with the mandate of promoting civic education and leadership development among citizens, particularly young people. The office is domiciled in the Ministry of Youth Development, and I wish to thank the leadership of the ministry and the management of the agencies within it for the immense contributions they have made to ensuring the success of this event. This event, the first of its kind, if I may say so, has been organized in commemoration of Women's Month and the International Women's Day. And as an office dedicated to youth leadership development, we felt we would be remiss to not organize an event focused on empowering and spotlighting our able, capable, dedicated, beautiful, and amazing young Nigerian women. Now, before the young men start to protest, the young men are also able, capable, dedicated, handsome as well. There are also many initiatives in store by my office that both genders can benefit from, and I pledge my commitment to running an inclusive office that is dedicated to promoting civic education and developing the leadership potentials of our young people, male and female. This event is all the more important because we have a president who is committed to gender mainstreaming, as evidenced by the appointment of an unprecedented number of women into key positions. I am one of them, as I serve as a Senior Special Assistant to the President on Citizenship and Leadership. And I make bold to say that a significant proportion of my colleagues are female, young women to be precise. And going into the Federal Executive Council, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, also made history by appointing a young woman, a capable young woman, in the person of Dr. Jamila Veo Ibrahim as Minister for Youth Development. That is in addition to other capable women manning key ministries. An administration of many firsts, the president has also appointed women to head agencies like NIPOST, FAN, and NEMA, among others, for the very first time in our history. I have the confidence to convene this conference because I know that my principal, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is a true he for she champion in every sense of the word. And he has not only appointed women for the sake of tokenism, he has placed highly qualified and competent women in important positions. Someday, God willing, we will have ministers, directors general, executive secretaries, presidential aides, lawmakers, presiding officers, deputy governors, vice presidents, captains of industry, and highly successful business owners and homemakers from among the young women who are seated here today, by God's grace, and the young men as well. All your dreams are valid, whatever they are. And our dream is to build a nation that works for all, men and women, side by side, living fulfilling lives and contributing to nation building as partners in progress. I believe that there are very important components of women's empowerment I believe that there are some very important components of women's empowerment, namely rights and legal protection. And this is about enacting laws that deliver on equity and protection for our girls and women, economic empowerment, and this can be linked to key indicators like education and labor force participation and political representation, as opposed to just merely participating. All these themes will be discussed today, and I enjoin you to listen attentively to our esteemed we will talk about political representation and how we can work together to close the gender gap across all facets of our national life. Please rest assured that we are not just here to talk, but that the recommendations we make and the resolutions we reach at this conference will form the basis of further engagements and detailed advisory to His Excellency, the he/she General of the Federation, our President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, through the Ministry of Youth Development. Before I conclude my address, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for Youth Development, ably represented here today, Dr. Jamila Bayo Ibrahim, for her sustained support and encouragement. I would also like to thank my dear brother, friend, and leader, Honorable Ayodele Olawande, a true he/she champion, a real grassroots mobilizer, a real captain of young people, a real supporter of talent. The Honorable Minister of State for Youth Development for the immense support that he has shown to me and my office since I assumed the role in November 2022. I also wish to thank the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Youth, Dr. Dunoma Ahmed, for his fatherly disposition and kindness, and to our Directors General of the Citizenship and Leadership Training Center, a parastatal that my office is very clearly attached to. Sir, could you please stand up for recognition? I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for the warmth with which you received me, for the immense support that you have shown me, and for the passion that you have shown to our common cause, which is to reform and reposition CLTC. Thank you very much, sir. And I would also like to thank the Director General of the NYSC, here represented by the FCT Commander. Please stand for recognition, ma, for being so supporting and being so welcoming. Our coppers in the house, Coppawi. Thank you so much for your support. I want to thank our partners, UN Women, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, the TOS Foundation, established by my dear sister and inspiring businesswoman, Chief Osasu Onoguchi, the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, the National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, NASENI, the Corporate Affairs Commission, CAC, and Safetal, our trusted ally who built our event website faster than I could say my name. Thank you all for coming. To my dear colleagues who are here today, thank you all for coming. Thank you so much, everyone. This is the very first outing by my office, and it gives me great joy to see this hall packed to the brim. Thank you all. God bless you. And I wish us fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I said it, she's a woman that loves to uplift other women. Please, can we give her another resounding applause? The convener, Ms. Risola Abiola, the SSA to the President on Citizenship and Leadership. Right about now, without wasting much of our time, we are going to dwell into the goodwill messages that we will be taking from all of these dignitaries here with us this morning. And then please, I want to beg that we are giving everybody 3 minutes each, please. 3 minutes each. Time is of the essence, please. We're begging so that we can stick to time. First on my list, like I said earlier on, he's not just the Minister of Youth and Development, but he is a man of dignity and positive influence. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. All right, so sorry for that little break. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Minister of State for Youth Development, Honorable Ayodele Olawande. I think that applause is not enough. Let's keep applauding him till he gets here. You're welcome, sir.
Good morning. I stand on all existing protocol because there are too many. I can see my brothers, I can see, I think I can see the young people, the DG, CLTC, the coordinator of NYC. I can see the young people. I can see my brother here is graduating to the young people side. But for we that were youth, good morning to us. Copper we. Are you know a copper? Copper we, oh. Thank you. For those Nigerian youths that are here, let me first say I'm sorry for coming late. I have a management meeting and I have also to do some other things. Women, young women, both old, young, and youthful women are very important to me. Even on my sick bed, I still take time to come here. I thank you for the support you've given to the president of this country. And the president is happy with you, and you can see yourself. And I know more of it will come. The president has been supportive when it comes to women development. When we talk about women capital building, I mean, young women. The minister of youth today is a woman, young for that matter. The young, vibrant lady that just left here, I won't mention their names, but if I mention names to you, you know, you can see yourself that we have many of them. We have Princess Atika, we have Titi Badamosi, we have a lot of them. We have that are in this government and take decisions. We have those that are even in office. And you will see the passion in them for the growth of young women. And I will tell you something today. I'll be partial. The reason why we should celebrate the young women and the reason why women are the best, for whatever you think it is, are the best. And when God is creating the head for those that are Christians, which I will not talk about the Muslim faith, but I know much about the faith I belongs to. In the creation, it helped me. And I ask questions. Can you as a man be stronger than who? If you are stronger and you know you can do all things, there won't be someone that needs to come and help you to fix things in the right way. And don't forget, we have the what I called the definition of the general beauty of a woman over a man. And it is seen everywhere. If you see any man that has tummy, you said he's getting fat or something. If you see anyone that have the back, the shape, but when you look at the shape of a woman, you will see the improved general beauty of a woman over a man. That's a physical aspect. But when you looked generally to how they think, go back to when the spirit, maybe the devil, I don't know, the serpent, when he tried as much as possible to convince them to eat fruit and all those things, you find out that, and I think the men and our elders that are here, the young men and elders that are here, will agree with me that if the serpent would have come to Adam and asked him that you need to eat this fruit, what Adam would tell the serpent would be, say, wait, let me go and ask him first. He's the one that put me here. But because the serpent knew that the spirit will talk to the lady, and because of the brain in the woman will change the brain of the man to eat the fruit. And it is clear to the Christian faith and those that read a lot that when God come to man and asks him that, have you eaten the fruit I asked you not to eat? The response was very silly. He said, it was the woman that you gave to me. It tells you the power of women. And when you look at where we are today, even the women, the ladies today, they will tell you that we are in equal space and they are doing better and great. And I must tell you that the love for any country to progress must have something that is called a woman. The leadership of this country is put to your hands. We thank the president that they gave the youth in general the 30% quota. I would have loved it if the 30% was given to a woman, that this 30% is given to a woman just to be part of the leadership of this country. I am with you. I will continue to support you. I'll continue to be with you. Those youth that are women, this is the thing we want. This is the kind of development we want. We want our women to join the political system. We want you to join the industrial system, the public system. I was very happy last week when I was in Lagos and I saw a lot of young women doing good at mechanical companies and everything. We're with you, not to waste the time. And let me also recognize someone we call the woman king. You know, when we have a woman king, I want a lot of people to also be like the woman king and to show that this is the type of a people we want in the community. I welcome you to this program, and I also encourage you to show the leadership in you, to try as much as possible and make sure that this leadership conference creates an impact. In coming years, I want to see governors that are young women. You can see that we have it in Kenya now. What man can do, a woman can do better. So in Nigeria, I want to see a governor as a woman that is even younger. We want to see a senator. We want many of you. We will support. We will go there and plead on your behalf. We will write. We will talk to them and we will beg. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. God bless you too. Please, let's give him another beautiful round of applause. The Honorable Minister of State for Youth Development, Honorable Ayodele Olawande, for his beautiful Goodwill message. All right, before we go on to the Goodwill message speaker, let me recognize these dignitaries amongst us this beautiful morning. We have Mrs. Anjo Obande, the National Program Manager, Homegrown School Feeding Program. You're welcome, ma'am. Good morning. Thank you for coming. Also in our midst is Ms. Sheon Olufemi White. Ms. Sheon Olufemi White, you're welcome. Please, let's give them a beautiful round of applause as I call on them one after the other. Chukuma Ume, UN Office of Drug and Crime. Mr. Chukuma Ume is with us. Good morning, sir. You're welcome. And then we have, representing the Registrar General Husseini Ishaq Magaji San, ably represented by Hajia Amina Usman and Hajia Hadiza Abdul Karim. They're both here with us. Good morning, ma'ams. Thank you for coming. And then, yes, on to the next one. We have so many people here with us. Honorable Antonia Toto is representing Honorable Stella Okete. That's the Executive Director, Nexim Bank. We have Honorable Antonia here, Honorable Minister of State for Police Affairs, in person of Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, is ably represented by Zara Jambalang, SA to the Honorable Minister. Ms. Zara, you're welcome. Mrs. Zara, you're welcome. Thank you for being here with us. Also, this beautiful morning, we have Fatima Titilayo Hassan, Oyo South APC Senatorial Women Leader. She's right here with us. You're welcome, ma'am. Good morning. We also have the ex-Vice President, Ondo State College of Health Technology, in person of Mrs. Rukayat Kamaldeen. Mrs. Rukayat Kamaldeen is also here with us. Please, let's give them a beautiful round of applause. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion with us this morning. We're calling on Dr. Dunoma Ahmed. Yes, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Dunoma Ahmed, for a Goodwill message. Dunoma. Okay, I hope I didn't pronounce the name wrongly though. Okay, all right, let's clarify that quickly. So sorry for that. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you so much for coming. We're so sorry for the little mix-up that we're experiencing right now. But yes, we've clarified that. Okay, delivering a message on behalf of the minister, the PERMSEC of Agriculture, we're calling on Dr. Dunoma Ahmed, Minister of Youth. On behalf of the minister, Dr. Dunoma Ahmed, Ministry of Youth. Please, sir, let's put our hands together for him as he makes his way forward for his speech. All right. Please, can we put our hands together for him? You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of State, Federal Minister of Youth, all other distinguished guests, I want to align with the existing protocol. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Point of correction, I'm not Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Agri. I'm Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Youth Development, and that is the reason why I'm here. Because it's about young people and young leadership. First of all, I would like to congratulate the special advisor to the president for organizing this very important program. And I want to assure the special advisor on behalf of the minister and the Minister of State that the entire ministry is behind you in all your laudable initiatives, and we are very supportive of whatever you are doing and will continue to collaborate with you. The ministry is always there for you, and we key into all your initiatives to ensure that we expand the frontiers for our young people in Nigeria. I don't have a written speech here. It's just to wish you well and also to identify with all the good works that you are doing, and also to assure you that the ministry is one with you in all that you are doing. Thank you very much and good morning.
Thank you very much. All right, would like to recognize Elube Joy, Director, Monitoring and Evaluation, representing National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, NASENI. Please, can we put our hands together for Elube Joy, the Director, Monitoring and Evaluation, NASENI. Please kindly come forward for your goodwill message, sir. Where is she? Oh, he. All right, please let's put our hands together for Elube Joy as she makes her way to the podium. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to stand on existing protocol. Warm greetings from my Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Khalil Suleiman Halilu. Warmest greetings from my Executive Vice Chairman, who is unavoidably absent at this epoch-making event. It's a great privilege to be called upon to partner in this Women's Leadership Conference, which is coming at a time when the world celebrated the women folk on March 8th this year. The National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, NASENI, was established in 1992 and is committed to fulfilling its mandate of transforming Nigeria's technology and innovation landscape through sustained focus on its principles of collaboration, creation, and commercialization, what we like to call the 3 Cs. The state of the women folk in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM, worldwide is a cause for great concern. The global average for female representation in engineering is 28% in Nigeria, and only 5% of these are women. The point is that women are severely underrepresented in engineering in both the rich and poor countries alike. Increasing the number of women engineers benefits society, especially in developing countries. Engineering is critical in driving economic development, promoting sustainability, and improving the quality of life. Women engineers can channel their valuable skills, perspectives, and experiences into addressing challenges developing countries face, such as access to clean water, energy, and healthcare. Some of these issues affect women disproportionately, and women engineers can help design and implement sustainable infrastructure projects, such as water and sanitation systems, renewable energy technologies, and healthcare facilities. It is against this backdrop that the Executive Vice Chairman of NASENI, Mr. Khalil Suleiman Halilu, came up with the Developing Engineering Leaders Through Her, Dealt Her initiative as a strategy to double the number of female engineers in Nigeria's space over the next 5 years. During the official launch of Delta, an event that also coincided with the global commemoration of International Women's Day, Mr. Halilu said the initiative, which is a subset of a bigger Delta 2 program, was floated to close the gender gap in engineering practice in the country, inspire the next generation of female engineers, provide financial support for new ideas and projects, translate them into viable businesses, and ultimately strengthen the entire engineering ecosystem. While noting that NASENI would be funding great engineering ideas from girls and women who will participate in the program, the EVC said Delta is what I like to call an opportunity platform through which girls and young women can pitch and present their exciting and groundbreaking engineering ideas for funding by NASENI through our collaboration with the Presidential Implementation Committee on Technology Transfer. Delta seeks to correct the balance in practice and enterprise development by focusing attention and funding on young women and, very importantly, creating and cultivating public awareness around the need to train and mentor more women into the engineering professions. In rounding up, the goal of promoting gender diversity in engineering is not to exclude or displace men, but rather to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to pursue and succeed in this field. Promoting diversity has demonstrable societal and economic benefits and is perhaps more importantly the right thing to do. We need to create a culture within the engineering profession that values and promotes diversity and inclusion, a culture where all individuals, both male and female, can thrive and contribute to their fullest potential. With that said, I would like to once again appreciate the conveners of this great gathering for making NASENI a privileged partner by extending a hand of fellowship to us. Let's all put hands together to make the workforce, the research fields, the academia, the government, education, and all a safe place for our women to thrive and contribute their quota to national development. Because beside every great woman is another great woman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for that beautiful goodwill message. Well, in the meantime, I want to beg us all to please stick to the 3 minutes that we've been given for our goodwill messages, please, due to time constraint. Meanwhile, the security man just met me and said they need to see the owner of this car, please. It's very urgent. It's a white Mercedes. It's RSH 987BQ. So please, if the car is yours, kindly step outside to see the security man. RSH 987BQ. Thank you very much. Okay, so next up, I'll be calling on Hussaini Ishaq Magaji San, Registrar General of Corporate Affairs Commission, ably represented by Hajia Amina Usman Musa for her goodwill message. So please, Hajia Amina Usman Musa, if you're ready, ma'am, we're ready to have you on stage for your beautiful goodwill message. Please, let's put our hands together for her as she makes her way out. There she is. You're welcome, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. I will go by the existing protocol. Hussaini Ishaq Magaji, Representative, Director General, Registrar General of Corporate Affairs Commission, sends his apology. He is not able to join us today due to other official engagement, but I'll just go by and read his goodwill message. I feel highly delighted for the honor to speak as a special guest of honor at this historic event. On behalf of the management of the entire Women of Corporate Affairs Commission, I highly felicitate with the wife of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency, Distinguished Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, the Honorable Minister for Women Affairs and Social Development, Uju Kennedy Ohanaye. Sorry if I did not pronounce that well. And the young women of this great nation on this auspicious day. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me use this platform to commend the present administration under the leadership of His Excellency, President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for demonstrating great commitment to women development through its various policies, programs, and appointments. It is therefore our hope that our young women will reciprocate the good gesture by continuing to dedicate their energies towards productive endeavors. My dear compatriots, Honorable Sola Abiola, I salute your deep sense of patriotism, hard work, discipline, and resilience that gave rise to the selection to represent the young women of this great country in the capacity of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Citizenship and Leadership. The aim of this conference is apt as it fits into the contemporary issues of every day. As we all know, that the International Women's Day is set aside to celebrate the social, economic, cultural, and political achievement of every woman. This day undoubtedly marks a call to action for accelerating women's equality. I therefore appreciate women all over the world, Nigerian women in the diaspora that are making us proud, the disabled and internally displaced persons, especially those that represented us at the just concluded 13th African Games in Accra. We are proud of you. Suffice to say that a whole lot of academic and intellectual discussions have been channeled to gain government support for policies responsible for removing artificial, traditional, and cultural barriers on women to achieve freedom, economic empowerment, and their civic rights to participate freely in politics and also secure appointment into public offices. I am pleased to inform you that the Corporate Affairs Commission remains committed to giving vigor to 50 million job creation efforts to Mr. President to curb youth unemployment through the formalization of more unregistered businesses. It is pertinent to know that in line with the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President, CAC is making giant stride to register about 3 million businesses belonging to merchants and agents of MoneyPoint, OPay, and PalPay. Similarly, the Commission is in partnership with Kodimat and NNPC Foundation to register over 30,000 businesses of COP members at a discounted rate. Let me use this opportunity to appreciate the successful efforts of the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Citizenship and Leadership, and most especially the TOS Foundation for putting this together. May I, at this junction, profoundly thank everyone who made themselves available for this conference, despite their overlapping schedules, and to express deep appreciation for the opportunity to address this important gathering. Thank you and God bless. For Hussaini Ishaq Magaji San, Registrar General Corporate Affairs Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hajia Amina Usman. Please, let's give her a beautiful round of applause for that beautiful speech delivered. Okay, I'd like to recognize Miss Muchanata Filda Mundopa, Head Justice, Integrity and Health Unit, UNODC Nigeria. She's amongst us this morning. You're welcome, ma'am. Also with us is Honorable Dr. Doris Amaka, National President, Coalition of Young Female Candidate and National Coordinator, Uju Kennedy Support Group. She's here with us. Dr. Yetunde Adeniji, SSA to the President on School Feeding, is also here with us. Good morning and thank you for coming. General Elizabeth Omini, Founder, Harmony Corps of Nigeria, is also here. Thank you so much for finding out time from your busy schedules to be here with us today. Next up to deliver a goodwill message is Honorable Dr. Asabi Volita Bashir DG, Mariam Babangida National Center for Women Development, ably represented by Alhaji Abdul Bolakale, Director for Human Resource. Please let's put our hands together for him as he makes his way forward. You're welcome, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Most honorable ministers now present, the permanent secretary, DG and Chief Executive for Public and Private Organization, our amiable young women, I cannot exhaust the whole protocol. Please permit me. I bring good message from my DG, Honorable Dr. Asabi Ilita Bashir, Director General, Mariam Babangida, National Center for Women Development, Abuja. First and foremost, I want to compliment my brother's speech, the Honorable Minister, making reference to Christianity. I think in both Islam and Christian, the role of Miriam is very, very important in the life of the Jesus, that is in Christianity. And Islamic vein, a whole chapter is dedicated to Miriam in the Holy Quran. That means that women, it would be an understatement to say that women are not important in our life. However, I wish to salute the courage of my sister, Senior Special Assistant to President on Citizenship and Leadership, my sister, Dola. Well, I wish to emphasize that National Center for Women Development is an APS women development organization in the country. My DG said I should bring a good message to SSA that will be ready to partner with you in developing this youth. We have a series of programs, especially the Artisan program. The program is specifically dedicated to introduce our young women into male-dominated sector of economy. We have trained several people, several young women and the youth in the area of tiling, radio repair, repair of AC. I wish to make a reference. I was just driving. I discovered that my AC was not cooling. And I just saw in one workshop. By the time I entered the place, it was headed by one of the trainees from my center. He said, "Sir, you don't recognize me." I said, "I don't know." the young lady just went into the pigeonhole and removed the net and blew to something. Within 5 minutes, the AC started cooling again. So in fact, I said, if we have not trained you in this direction, it means we will not be doing what we are supposed to do in Women's Center. I want the essay to please visit us. We have a lot for women. We have in entrepreneurship, where we train women across the nation. We have vocational studies, where we train women. Majority of the courses there are accredited by National Board for Technical Education. However, my DG said, for young ones that are here, we'll be ready to welcome you to our Hall of Fame, where you will see women who have excelled in various fields across the nation. Military, industry, wherever, space of life. Please, you take a tour. If it is possible for the SA to organize a special excursion, we are ready to welcome you. At least that will form an inspiration. On this note, my DG said I should inform you in that local palace that train a woman, you train the nation. So you are highly welcome. We are very happy to identify with this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We really appreciate that. All right, in our midst this morning, let me quickly recognize the UN Women representatives present here. We have Dr. Chukwemeka Onyemadu. Dr. Chukwemeka is here. We also have Ms. Chundong Ashley Dauda. Okay. We also have Ms. Folashade Folorenshaw and Mr. Promise Ibebubu. You're all welcome. Thank you for coming. All right, also here is from the Embassy of Sweden, the head of political and trade section, Frederick Osberg, is here with us. You're welcome, sir. Thank you for coming. All right. And then, yes, we're moving on. I think we're progressing and we're doing good, pretty well. Yes, we are. It's about time that we call on our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker is going to make her way out right now, but quickly I'm going to read out her citation. Okay. Let me quickly get her citation ready. All right, our keynote speaker is Miss Seun Olufemi White. Miss Olufemi White is a polymath par excellence who weaves in her skill set as a corporate lawyer, her discipline as an athlete, and her determination as an entrepreneur into building ventures for the future. She's a field agnostic. She is a thinker, a creative, and a strategist. And a doer. Academically, she established a reputation as a multi-dimensional all-round scholar representing the West of England in hockey and Southwest in netball and tennis, while scoring grades in the top 1% for GCSEs and A-levels globally. She went on to graduate in the top percentage of her class as the LSE and was recognized as one of the top law students during Outstanding Things, whilst also representing the university's first XI hockey. Professionally, she is pioneering a path of her own. She served as the youngest executive in his campaign council. Prior to this, she trained at one of the world's most prominent law firms, Clifford Chance, qualified in Nigeria, England, and New York, working on some of the largest corporate finance deals in history. Using her unique combination of communication, legal, and entrepreneurial acumen, she co-founded SARI, a new age full-service strategic advisory firm whose clients and partners included Tatler, Formula One, Red Bull, Four Seasons, and 10 Trinity Square. As founder of Alami Holdings, she is an advisor and investor to extraordinary female and ethnic minority-led ventures ranging across finance, healthcare, energy, FMCG, skincare, and real estate. In her work, she hopes to draw more attention to the dimensionality of human ability and excellence. In her service, she remains dedicated to creating impact, amplifying the voice of young people, ensuring youth inclusion, promoting sustained civic engagement, and developing innovative solutions to pressing social problems. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, presenting her speech on Rising Flames, Igniting the Power of Women for Nigeria's Future through Policy, Advocacy, and Enterprise, please, let's put our hands together for our keynote speaker, Ms. Seun Olufemi White. You're welcome.
So I don't know whether to say good morning or good afternoon because it's almost afternoon, but it's also still morning. I'm cracking rubbish jokes because I'm a bit nervous. My name is Oluwamise Olufemi White. Some people call me Olu, some people in here also call me Seun, whichever is fine. I'm deeply honored to stand before this distinguished gathering today. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to Ms. Ademisola Abiola, the Senior Special Advisor to Mr. President on Citizenship and Leadership, who has been a friend and an ally in our joint mission to empower more young women to steer Nigeria's progress across public and private sectors. I'd also like to give honor to whom honor is due, recognizing the Honorable Minister present, Honorable Ayodele Wisdom, recognizing the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Youth Development, and the esteemed DGs present. Special thanks to the implementation partner and other reps of civil organizations present. And if I've missed anyone, all protocols observed. So, Rising Flames, empowering women in Nigeria's future through policy, advocacy, and enterprise. 2 years ago, I stood at a crossroads that no one in my life understood. I was a corporate lawyer in the bustling city of London, working at Clifford Chance, one of the world's most prestigious law firms. It was an environment that demanded excellence. I was surrounded by the brightest legal minds in the world. For my Nigerian parents, that meant everything. However, having closed one of the largest finance deals in history at 25, having helped Saudi Aramco sell their pipelines, I knew my path was for something more. I wanted challenges that transcended the normal metrics of success. I wanted to help people. I wanted to dedicate myself to service. And I wanted to open the back door for other people who look and sound like me. So I embarked on a journey fueled by a deep-seated desire to contribute to Nigeria's nation building, and I did so through the electoral campaign. During the campaign, working alongside some people in this room right now, I witnessed the firsthand power of collective action, the importance of advocacy in shaping policies that impact all of us. I learned about the fabric of our society. I better understand the nuances of our people and our cultures, and this is all we all need to serve. I've since returned to the private sector because I believed I had done what I needed to do. I had advocated and I'd opened the back door for other people who looked like me. I returned to the private sector, however, with newfound perspective, immersing myself in social entrepreneurship, leveraging my networks and experiences garnered from my time in London, in Dubai, in New York, and in Abu Dhabi. Through my work in the past year, I've been privileged to spearhead initiatives that drive impactful change, empower the voices of young people and women. And as a result of these experiences, I'm convinced that progressive policy forms the bedrock of 950 parastatals. I'm sure some of you in here know that, offering more than 2,000 appointments. These appointees typically will emerge from the electioneering process because they often will be the ones aligning with the government's policy direction on matters. Therefore, as a young person, as a young woman, aspiring to influence the policies and regulations that shape your life, active involvement in the political process is not an option, it becomes imperative. We must stop allowing others, often no different from us, to dictate how our lives are based on their values, their benchmarks, and their aspirations. I must commend this government. I am heartened to see so many young people actively involved in politics, representing government at high levels and driving agendas through a youth-focused lens. This event is an example of that. The Honorable Minister of Youth, Dr. Jamila Bayo, the SSA to the President on citizenship and leadership, the SSA to Mr. President on youth initiatives, monitoring and delivery. We are all deeply grateful in this room to you all for championing the cause of young Nigerian women and representing us so well. As part of the title of my speech, there's an aspect that refers to enterprise, and it's dear to my heart. As a young entrepreneur, I believe in the resilience. I've seen the creativity and the execution power that we as young women bring to the table. It's like nothing else. So the business leaders who have come before us, if you're in the room or you happened to be watching this virtually or by any other means, you hold a moral responsibility to provide support, resources, and mentorship so that we young women can unlock the next wave of innovation that will propel Nigeria into the fourth industrial revolution. Representatives of various agencies are here. The NYSC, for example, when you start NYSC, a bank account is opened. We don't get to decide what bank that is. I would like to put it to some of those banks to ask what it is that they've been doing to help the NYSC students that they profit off of. I'd like to put it to some of the reps of the agencies here present. How much affirmation have you put to the president's benchmark of 30% representation in your organizations? I urge many of you in this room, now in influential public positions, to go beyond the chatter and let's start addressing the poverty-inducing effects of our gender disparity. Our ministers, our DGs, our PERMSECs, our distinguished guests present. We've seen some of your various initiatives that signal your positivity towards young women. So we'd like to present you a unique opportunity, as my generation will say, to put your money where your mouth is. I would like to call upon you collectively to establish a Young Women's Leadership Fellowship Program under the Office of the SSA on Citizenship and Leadership. Selecting 6 promising young women from each political zone, let us move beyond dialogue. Let us transform our conversations into tangible actions. Together, we can forge a more responsive an inclusive society that leaves no one behind. In closing, let us remember that in our collective actions today, we shape the Nigeria of tomorrow. Let us continue to nurture the flames of progress, ignite the power of women, and tirelessly work towards a future that is inclusive, just, and teeming with opportunities for all. To every young girl and lady who may listen to me this morning, I say that fire burning inside of you, the one that they say makes you troublesome, the one that they say makes you emotional, that is your essence. Protect it. Protect it from laziness, as laziness is the secret ingredient for failure. Eschew greed, as it is a bottomless pit that brings no good. And arrogance, pray against it, for it destroys. Trust your instincts as you carve your own path. You are the future. The future is yours. May your life, your home, and endeavors be filled with joy today, tomorrow, and always. Thank you very much.
Once again, can we give Miss Sheon Olufemi White a beautiful round of applause for that beautiful keynote address? Okay, I think we are progressing. Please, we want to really beg everyone. We understand that the hall is so hot, and then we're all suffering from the hotness. We're so sorry, but we're working on that. Please do pardon us. Thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to call on Brigadier General Y.D. Ahmed, Director General, National Youth Service Corps, ably represented by Mrs. Winifred Shopeka, the NYC coordinator, for her Goodwill message. There she is. Of course, I can see the couples are still clapping. Aha! It's very obvious. You're welcome, ma'am.
Smile. More like it now. The Honorable Minister of Youth Development, Dr. Jamila Bu Ibrahim, here represented. My own Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Youth, Honorable Ayodele Olawande. I will acknowledge equally the presence of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Youth, here with us, the convener of this program. I acknowledge you as well. All invited dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon, more like it. I am delighted and honored to address this gathering on the occasion of the commemoration of Women's Month and the International Women's Day. Let me join other speakers at this function to warmly welcome all distinguished personalities here present and pray for a wonderful and rewarding experience. In this light, I find it compelling to commend the organizers of this conference for packaging this program that seeks to explore young women's leadership contributions in various sectors that include politics and governance, business and technology, students, youth-led organizations. You will agree with me that Nigeria is indeed blessed with abundant talented young women who have exhibited high leadership prowess and excelled in various fields of endeavor at national and international levels. It is therefore gladdening to note that since independence, Nigeria has witnessed an encouraging increase in the inclusion and participation of women in politics, governance, and other areas of national development. In particular, let me commend the present administration for appointing a good number of young men and women into leadership positions and offering them the opportunity to learn and prepare for higher responsibilities of leadership. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, time will not permit me to reel out the names of our young women who have made their mark in sports, athletics, business development and entrepreneurship, the entertainment industry, creative writing, the finance and banking industry, politics and governance, amongst others. Nigeria is indeed proud and appreciative of your achievements, which have earned recognition and respect for our nation, Nigeria. You may recall that NYC scheme was established with the mandate of mobilizing and preparing Nigerian graduate youth for the challenges of leadership and contribution to national integration and development. Over the years, these patriotic young men and women have lived up to expectation by contributing to national development, especially during the primary assignments and through the community development service programs. In recent times, the Skills Acquisition and Entrepreneurship Development Program of the scheme has opened up opportunities for core members to acquire various skills and sharpen their entrepreneurial capabilities for self-reliance. We are indeed proud of the thousands of them who are now managing their successful businesses and employers of large number of Nigerian youths. On this note, as this conference explores and celebrates the numerous leadership contributions of young women to national development, I wish to urge them to keep up the good work by striving harder to break new grounds, and always remember that they are role models to the younger generation of our women. Thank you for listening, and God bless you all. I will crave your indulgence just a while. We've been sitting for long. Can we stand? Let us flex. You know, I work with young people, so that's what we do. Only the women. If you're a woman in the house, stand. Stand. Thank you. Just a little exercise. Just a little exercise. I work with young people, so even if you're 60, you must be. No, we're not jogging. Don't worry, we're doing something. Are we ready? Are we ready? All right. You're going to declare, because I believe in affirming every young person. And that is one way to inspire them. To be hopeful, there's always a beautiful tomorrow. Don't give up today. So when I say something, you say it after me. I'm a woman. I am loved. I am cherished. I am beautiful. I am strong. I am unbreakable by design. Celebrate yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Beautiful, beautiful. Once again, celebrate yourselves, please. Thank you. Such a loving woman, really. Thank you very much. Okay, yes, in our midst right about now, we have a moderator, Liz Chinedu Mwakachi. Or yes, Umwachi, sorry, Umwachi. She's a Gender Officer International Foundation for Electoral Systems, IFES. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you for coming. Thank you. And also we have the CEO, Aspita Global Resources, in person of Ms. Latifa Aspita Isa, MSME. She's also here with us. Thank you for coming. All right, moving on, we still have more Goodwill messages, and I'll be calling on the representative of Mr. Kashifu Inua Abdullahi, CCIE, Director General, National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDA, ably represented by Mrs. Tarindu Ndoni, Head of Servicom Unit, NIDA. Is Mrs. Tarindu here with us? Yes, she is. She has been here since. So please let's give her a beautiful round of applause. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you, and thank you once again.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. I'm representing my DG, Malam Kashifu Noah Abdullahi CCIE, who is a E for she, but because of other official assignments, couldn't join this occasion. And I'm going to read this Goodwill message. In every aspect of life, women are vital and have significant impact in shaping the world we live in. Advancing development, promoting inclusivity, leadership, and inspiring future generations. The Young Women Leadership Conference is a perfect opportunity for women to come together and share their experiences that can contribute to the growth and development of female involvement, empowerment, and leadership. I congratulate the Special Assistant to the President on Citizenship and Leadership for the conference in commemoration of International Women's Day celebration. To our young women today, let me use this opportunity to congratulate you all in advance for your contributions are vital in accelerating gender equity, female empowerment, and leadership in Nigeria's technological landscape. NIDA bears a responsibility to encourage and coordinate transformative digital innovation at a national level. The agency has taken the necessary steps to create an enabling environment that maximizes the potential of women, girls, and other unserved communities in Nigeria and promotes their ability to contribute to the economy. NIDA is dedicated to creating life-transforming opportunities for women, which it is accomplishing through collaborative initiatives and programs for women in ICT training, provision of laptops and grants that have contributed to the development and promotion of an enabling environment for entrepreneurial tech development and innovation. Women are important key players to our national prosperity and one of the biggest drivers of innovation. When these innovations are market-driven, they have the potential to affect events on a larger scale by transforming economies and sparkling innovative and creative solutions. Fumi Opeke, founder and CEO of Main One Company, is such an example. The Main One started as a solution to Nigerians' poor internet connectivity. Our idea was deemed unreachable and too ambitious by many. Then she raised $240 million in funding and turned Main One into West Africa's leading communication service and network solution provider. Such solution can meet needs and promote female empowerment and leadership, hence the significance of an all-inclusive digital economy. NIDA is currently on the way with the National Gender Digital Inclusion Strategy, NGDIS. This strategy addresses the challenges hindering women's full participation and leadership in the digital economy. Eliminating gender disparities in access to and the use of technologies is critical for reducing inequality in society. Therefore, NIDA is committed to building a discrimination-free nation, regardless of gender, physical condition, geological location, or socio-economic status, aligning with the present renewed hope agenda. On this note, I want to use this opportunity to encourage all of us gathered here today to be open-minded and to apply what we learn in all our ventures. Once again, I wish to congratulate women, young and old, and urge us to continue as advocates for the advancement of female leadership. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Beautiful speech. Very well delivered. All right, taking on another Goodwill message, let's call on the Director General Citizenship and Leadership Training Center, CLTC, in person of Mr. Soji Enyade Mini. Yes, Mr. Soji Enyade Mini. He's right here with us. Mr. Soji. MNI. Oh, I thought it was Mini. What did you say? You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to stand on the existing protocols, but I want to especially recognize the Senior Special Assistant to Mr. President on Citizenship and Leadership Trainings, Risola Abiola, the young lady I call bold, beautiful, and brilliant. Please, let's appreciate her. She has been a very wonderful person since she joined the team at the Citizenship and Leadership Training Center. God bless you. It gives me great pleasure to stand before this gathering today on the auspicious occasion of the Young Women Leadership Conference. Let me start by congratulating the initiator of this Congress, Ms. Risola Abiola, partners and collaborating organizations for coming up with the initiative of bringing together young women from across diverse orientations for the purpose of showcasing and exchanging leadership ideas, and also to further strengthen the bond of leadership. This noble idea is not only well conceived, but also timely and equally progressive. It is a strong and veritable move towards good governance in Nigeria. The world over, the bane of the society, which has culminated into social vices, such as terrorism, banditry, cultism, prostitution, kidnapping, among others, has been traced to the neglect of the women population, forgetting the fact that women are the mothers of the nation and the home makers. It is obvious that the potentialities of women population, which have been less utilized, must be explored and exploited to get the desired result for nation building. Suffice it also to stress that every successful nation has its pillars rest on the tripod of citizenship, leadership, and good governance. That is a tripod of development. Without good citizens, without good leaders, we cannot have good governance. Therefore, there's no gainsaying the fact that no nation can attain real nationhood if any of the two pillars of citizenship and leadership is faulty. Therefore, it is imperative that the people in position of authority pay serious attention to issues of good and patriotic citizenship through training and development, because leaders actually emanate from the citizens, especially the women population. It is in recognition of the critical role of young women in nation building that Mr. President, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, during the last Federal Executive Council meeting, approved 30% women and 2% youth participation in governance, in line with the renewed agenda of the present administration. This is a huge breakthrough for the women population, especially the young women in Nigeria, as their latitude for their participation and involvement in nation building has been further widened. It is now left for the women population to seize the opportunity and ride on the wave. Be that as it may, I want to seize this opportunity to encourage the young women in Nigeria in leadership position, both in the public and private sector, and those aspiring to be in such positions, to always avail themselves the opportunity of participating in citizenship and leadership training programs of the Citizenship and Leadership Training Center. This will not only help improve the leadership skills, but also rekindle the spirit of good patriotism, good citizenship, loyalty, dedication to the cause of this great nation. In essence, acquisition of leadership skills is very critical, no matter the path of life one has chosen. On a final note, I'd like to encourage the Executive to Mr. President, Risola Abiola, to make this event an annual program so that more and better insights will be gotten to further prepare women population, especially the young women, as it relates to their role in nation building. What I'm saying is that categorization or demography of any population is based on the age. As you have a group of young women strolling into the bracket, some will be strolling out. So the essence of having this program on annual basis, so that people can keep abreast of your activities. On this note, I wish to wish all of us fruitful and event deliberations at this women conference. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, sir, and God bless you too. Please, let's give him a beautiful round of applause once again. All right, coming out right about now for a Goodwill message is Mr. Dapo Oyewole, SSA to the President on the International Corporation. Please, can we have Mr. Dapo? Here he is. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much indeed. A very good afternoon to you all. Distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please let me also stand on existing protocols. My name is Dapo Oyewole. As they've mentioned, I serve as the Senior Special Assistant to Mr. President on International Affairs. And I have to say it's been a remarkable month. This Women's Month, in fact, I think should be every month. Because I do believe that it is not just in one month that you celebrate women, it is every day. A round of applause for our women. What you contribute to our lives, how you sustain our existence, and how you inspire us is something that I think we really need to appreciate and be more grateful for. Let me start by appreciating my sister, my friend, and my ally, the Senior Special Assistant to Mr. President, Ms. Finsola Abiola. We have a remarkable story. Our fathers worked together many years ago, and to see that generational association continuing now shows that our fathers indeed did imbibe us with the right qualities and the right values, and were taking forward that which they started. I am so proud of you. I am so inspired by your energy, your vitality, but more importantly, your commitment and your patriotism. Thank you for being a leading light, not just to women, but to us men as well. A round of applause for her if we're going to clap for her. Like I said earlier on, it's been a remarkable month, attending different events, all focusing on women's issues. I think at the beginning of this week, there was a book launch at which I spoke by Adora Onyechere Sydney Chad Jack, which is titled Women, X, and Power. And that book particularly looked at the role of women in politics and their participation in the political life in our country and the challenges that they faced. Yesterday, we had the opportunity to hear from one of the most illustrious women that our country has produced, the UN Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed, when she came to share an exciting vision on multilateralism. And I looked in the hall, not only were there women, but there were men. And somebody said, oh, she's been an inspiration to women. But some stood up and said, no, she's been an inspiration to men as well. And also the United States Agency for Development rolled out its program yesterday. And I remember saying to them that, well, one of the things we like to do is to make sure there's more focus on women and particularly trade. Why? Because women are really the economic lifeblood of our country, and our ability to support them to trade profitably, to enhance their economic capacity is one of the most important ways in which you can strengthen women, giving them financial independence. But there have been many political and theoretical discourses about women and their role in society. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here speaking today because this is personal. I am the product of a household of 6 women. My mother, a trailblazer who rose to become the Director of Academic Planning in the University of Lagos, despite all the challenges she faced. She became the president of the Hubert Humphrey Association. She became the president of the Soroptimist International Association as well for Africa, amongst many other achievements. When you have a mother who is a trailblazer, who sets standards, and who insists on excellence in all that you do, whether you're a boy or whether you're a girl, you will learn to do exactly the same. This is where leadership comes from. I also have 5 sisters. I'm an only boy. So as you see me, I am indeed the product of women's leadership. And my 5 sisters, one works in a male-dominated environment in the United Kingdom in the construction industry. She's risen very high. She's risen very high in so doing. My second sister is a computer engineer in the United States, another male-dominated environment. She's a senior manager as well. My immediate younger sister is a lawyer working at the British Broadcasting Corporation, one of the only women lawyers serving there. And I have two other sisters who are also doing exceptionally well. When you grow up in a family where barriers have not been put on women, they have been taught to do the best that they can and to put the best they can into what they do, and you see them rise, then as a man, you only can grow up believing in women, but also supporting them. In my last role as the special advisor to the Speaker of the 9th House of Representatives, now the Chief of Staff, one of the things that we made sure that we did was starting an initiative called the Paving the Path Initiative for Women's Political Participation, which brought around about 250 women to try and prepare women to be able to excel in political office. I noticed Ashley Dowder is here from UN Women. Are you here? If she's here, she's one of the people that supported that process. The second thing is the Legislative Mentorship Initiative. I walked in here, I saw many of the fellows. I was the founding director of that. And it was interesting to walk into this room and see many of the fellows working here. Now, when we started the fellowship, we wanted gender balance. In the first year, we had 60% men and 40% women. When we did the fellowship last year, it was 60% women and 40% men, and the woman rose to become the Speaker of that parliament. Why do I share these examples with you? It is one thing for us to talk about supporting women and young women's leadership, but it's more important for us to act. But what my key message, however, is that as the women struggle and fight the battle to be seen, to be heard, and to excel in what they do, please remember, we men folk are here to support you. And for the men folk, one message I want to share, and this is where I shared some of the things I have done in this space. Again, it is not enough for us to give speeches. It is for us to ensure that in our programs, in our projects, in our budgeting, and in our hiring, my team is essentially run by women. We need to actually ensure that we not just mainstream, but we ensure that women play an active, positive, visible role. No society can grow sustainably while ignoring the largest and the most contributing segment of that society. Before I end, I noticed somebody came earlier on and asked everybody to stand up. I am not going to ask everybody to stand up, but I'll ask you to do something for me. One thing I've noticed is often in the discourse, women are presented as victims. Women are not victims. You're victors. So as I round up, I like to say, when I say women, I want to hear you say power. Women. No, that's not powerful. Women. 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 Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dapo Oyewale rather. Thank you very much. Women power. Beautiful. Okay, yes, it's about time that we, jump into the next agenda of the program. Like I said earlier on, we are progressing. Yes, we are progressing. So we're going to be having the panel discussions right now, and we'll be looking at young women's political leadership, road to 2027. How prepared are we? Young Women's Political Leadership, Road to 2027. So our keynote address is by Honorable Rukayat Shitu. Honorable Rukayat Shitu. Okay. No problem. So after that, then what do we do? I call on this. Let me call them. Are they all here? No. No, you're here. I started here. Okay, fine. And then we have this.
Good afternoon.
All right, so our keynote address, Honorable Rukayat Shitu, who's going to be joining us via Zoom. We're going to be connecting. Yes, I think we're on track. Good. So let me call on the panelists. We have Aishat Agbaje Okunade, ES Latif Jakonde Leadership Academy. Yes, she's here. Okay, please can we put our hands together for her as She makes her way out. Thank you. Fatima Titilayo Hassan, Oyo South APC Senatorial Women Leader, also is one of our panelists. Please put your hands together for her as she makes her way out. I don't know if we have Halima Zubair Ambata. Halima Zubair Ambata, Secretary Katsina State PDP in 2023 PDP House of Assembly candidate, Ambata Kano State. You're welcome, ma'am. We do not have Honorable Theodora around, okay. But the moderator herself, Lois Chinedu Mwachi, Gender Officer, International Foundation for Electoral Systems, IFES. Please put your hands together for her as she makes her way out. She's the moderator of this panel discussion. Like I said earlier, we're looking at young women's political leadership road to 2027.
Hello, good afternoon.
All right, Honorable Rukayat, you're to start
Yes.
speaking right now. You're the first speaker for now. All right, glad to have you join us.
Hello, thank you very much for having
afternoon.
me. Good afternoon. And I must say I'm honored to be here today as a keynote speaker at this
she's not
Young
audible.
Women Leadership Conference organized by the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Citizenship and Leadership, Honorable Risola Abiola. Following our activities keenly and as an admirer, I would say that this program is truly inspiring and very, very applaudable. Kudos to you. It is impressive to see so many talented and young women in one place, all gathered with a common goal of empowering each other and becoming strong leaders in our communities and beyond.
In the absence of the volume, let me hand over the mic to the moderator to introduce this panel first.
Can I continue? Can I continue?
Yes, please. I think it's audible now.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. So, like I've said, it is impressive to see many talented and young women in one place, all gathered with a common goal of empowering each other and becoming strong leaders in our communities and beyond. I want to start by emphasizing the importance of self-confidence and belief in oneself. As a woman, we often taught to doubt our abilities and question our worth, but I'm here to tell you that you are capable of achieving anything you set your mind to. Believe in your potential, trust in your abilities, and never, ever underestimate the power of your voice. It is also crucial to support and uplift one another on this journey. We are stronger together, and we must remember to lift each other up rather than tear each other down. Collaboration, mentorship, and solidarity like these are key components of effective leadership, and by working together, we can create a more inclusive and equitable society for all. As you navigate your path to leadership, remember to stay true to your values and principles. It is easy to be swayed by external pressures or societal expectations, but true leadership comes from staying authentic to who you are and what you believe in. Trust your instinct, speak your truth, and never compromise your integrity for anyone or anything. Lastly, I want to urge us to not stop learning and growing. The world is constantly evolving, and as a leader, we must be willing to adapt, be innovative, and challenge ourselves to take risks and take new opportunities, and never to be afraid, because it is through our failures that we learn and grow the most. In closing, I want to leave you all with a quote from one of my personal heroine, Maya Angelou. She said that each time a woman stands up for herself, she definitely stands for all women. Remember that your voice matters, your perspective is valuable, and your leadership can inspire others to do the same. I believe in every one of us here, and I cannot wait to see the incredible things that you will accomplish. Thank you very much for having me here today, and let's continue to empower and support each other on this journey to leadership. A road to 2027. Thank you very much. I forgot to introduce myself before I start my speech. My name is Honorable Rukayat Mutunrayoshitu, member Kwara State House of Assembly, representing the Wodi-Onube constituency, and also the youngest female legislator in Nigeria. Sorry for not making it there physically, but I am with you. I'm here since the program starts, and I promise to be here till its end. Well done to the convener, my sister, Honorable Risola Abiola. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. A beautiful round of applause for Honorable Rukayat Shitu. Thank you for that beautiful, beautiful keynote address. Okay, let me call on Mrs. Nkiru Uzodi on a presentation on gender bills. Mrs. Nkiru Uzodi Plaque, here she comes. Please, let's give her a round of applause as she makes her way down here first to the podium, I think, to, give a presentation on gender bills before joining the panelists, for the discussion. You're welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. I'd like to commend the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Citizen and Leadership for this important event. Thank you for having me. So I have been given 5 minutes to talk about the 5 gender bills. That's a short time to do justice to a very, very big conversation, but I'm going to do my best. So the 5 gender bills are constitutional alteration bills that were considered by the 9th National Assembly. That's the assembly that was in office between 2019 and 2023. And those bills sought to advance the social and political rights of Nigerian women. These bills came up for voting on 1st March 2022 before the Senate and House of Representatives. There were 68 constitutional alteration bills, of which 5 were these gender bills, and 5 of them were vetoed. And this happened on March 1st, which was the first day of International Women's Month. And I think I remember back then, for a lot of women, they said that was just such a terrible gift to Nigerian women. So the question is, what are these 5 gender bills and what do they seek to accomplish? So in no particular order, the first one is a special seats for women at the National and State House of Assembly. I'm going to explain them briefly. The second one is the bill on citizenship by registration for foreign spouses of Nigerian women. The third, indigenship rights, for married women. 35% affirmative action for women in political party administration. That's the fourth. And then finally, 10% affirmative action for women in cabinet appointments. So the bill for special seats was actually meant to be a temporary special measure. It's an affirmative action bill, and it was aimed at ameliorating the challenge women face in a candidate selection process in political parties. It sought to add 37 additional women senators to the existing number of senators, 74 additional women representatives, that's 2 per constituency, 2 per state, and then 108 additional women in the state assemblies, that's 3 women per state. The total was going to be 111 seats. And the question is why? Why was this bill proposed? Well, one of the reasons it was proposed was because of the other alternatives. We had been rejected in previous constitution alteration exercise, that's 35%. And it's a type of reserved seat quota, which many consider to be the best fit with Nigeria's electoral system. The bill to expand the scope of citizenship by registration sought to allow men or foreign spouses married to Nigerian women to acquire Nigerian citizenship by registration. This benefit is only applicable, is only enjoyed by foreign women married to Nigerian men. Then the third bill, that's the 35% affirmative action in political parties. I think that's a bit straightforward. You know, it's sought to ensure that at least 35% of the members of the executive committee of all political parties are women. Then the indigenous rights sought to ensure that women married to an indigenous or who are married to an indigenous of a state different from her state of origin can become the indigenous of her husband's state. And I think this was to cure the challenge usually faced by some women in politics, where they are not allowed to contest in their husband's states. So this was to kind of expand that definition to allow a woman to choose the indigenship of her own state or her husband's state. And then finally, the affirmative action for women in appointments was to ensure that at least 35% of cabinet appointment as ministerial and commissioner positions are given to women. This bill started out with 35% as a proposal and ended up with only 10% being adopted in the House of Reps. Well, like I mentioned, these 5 bills were vetoed, and the House of Reps actually tried to revisit 3 of them. But of course, they didn't go any further because in the constitutional alteration exercise, the Senate and House have to concur, they have to agree. So the question is, why did these bills fail? So my organization, I work for a civil society organization called Black. We did a post-mortem. We actually carried a public survey of over 8,000 people across the 6 geopolitical zones. And one of the main reasons that we got, or one of the feedbacks, is the lack of political will, patriarchy, cultural and religious bias, inadequate public awareness. A lot of the legislators felt the lobbying was not adequate. And then the weak women's movement for adoption of affirmative action. In every country where special measures, gender quotas, or affirmative action policies have been successfully applied, it has been because there has been a strong women's movement. And of course, there was the issue of increased cost of governance, because, you know, we're talking about adding seats. One of the bills was talking about adding seats to the National Assembly. So going forward, the question is, how do we ensure that these issues remain topical? The reality is that women issues have been excluded, you know, when it comes to constitution review and constitutional alteration. And I'm just going to share some important statistics I think we should go in mind, because right now the constitution alteration process of the National Assembly has begun, and we really need to engage. The current constitution we are running was enacted in 1999. Since then, there have been about 4 amendments. The first, second, and third alterations, which took place between 2007 and 2011 by the 6th Assembly, it did not address any women issues, even though most of the provisions dealt with elections and electoral reform. The 7th National Assembly, that is between 2011 and 2015, amended over 60 provisions of the Constitution. It failed, but no woman issue was included in over those 60 amendments, just imagine. Then the 8th National Assembly between 2015 to 2019 had about 32 alteration bills that they voted on. There was only one singular women issue, and that was the indigenship bill, and that was also voted against. And then for the first time, when we had a good number of women issued on the table, which was the 9th National Assembly, the 5 gender bills, they were also vetoed. So going forward, you know, it's really important that we continue to press on the government to take significant actions towards full participation and equal leadership opportunities for women at all levels of decision-making in Nigeria. We need to take advantage of the ongoing constitutional review process to ensure that women are not excluded. We need to re-strategize, and campaigns should actually be going on. We need to be vigilant and know what is happening. The National Assembly with constitutional reform, and of course, better public awareness and mobilization of support. And, you know, I've heard that said a lot, that women need to mobilize better. While that may be true, it's important to mention that efforts and campaigns to improve women's participation has been ongoing for decades. So this makes the case for a more aggressive approach and a departure from the incremental track of focusing on women's political resources. Because a lot of times, a lot of talk about women needing to work on themselves or build their capacities, which is very, very important. But more importantly, political stakeholders, our political institutions, have to also take responsibility. We have to focus on an institution-based approach that puts the primary responsibility for addressing the problem of lack of women in leadership on political parties and our political institutions. Looking at the recent electoral outcomes, there are only 16 women in the House of Reps and only 3 in the Senate. That's about 20 elected women out of 469. At the state level, there are about 990 seats, and I think the women are just about 55 or 56 out of 990 plus seats at the state assemblies. So we really have to take urgent legislative steps. And in conclusion, I will just say that the projection is that the numbers of women in political leadership and decision-making will continue to drop unless urgent legislative intervention or action is taken. And I call on everybody here to be part of it and to push our political institutions and our legislature to bring women issues to the fore. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. It's about time that we come here, right, for the panel discussion. And here are our panelists. I think we're going to be needing more mics, so let me work on that.
Yeah, she's doing.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. Hello, are we together? Okay, great. So permit me to stand on existing protocols, and it appears that I'm laughing, but it's not a laugh that it's one that is happy, but it's just a laughable situation we find ourselves in. And the truth of the matter is, like Nkiru said, I do think that there are issues for us, and I'm really very hopeful that by the time we are done with this, we are able to come with workable strategies that we could use as young persons to increase young women's political participation. So to start, my name is Lois Chinedu. I work with the International Foundation for Electoral Systems as the Gender and Inclusion Officer. I'm glad to be here. So I'll take the mic round and then we'll just generally introduce. Okay, you all have mics. So I'll start from my left. She'll introduce herself again and then we take it round before we get into the meat of why we are here. So please.
Okay, good afternoon again. My name is Nkiru Zodi. I'm Program Manager on Legislative and Gender Issues at Policy and Legal Advocacy Center, the civil society organization based here in Abuja.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Honorable Halima Zubairu Dambata, the State Secretary for PDP Caretaker Katsina State and former candidate for State Assembly Dambata Constituency, Kano State.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think it's clear. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aisha Agbaje. I am the Executive Secretary for the Lagos State Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it's interesting to know that we have at least 2 women here from political parties, and that's one conversation that we'll always take whenever we are here. So I will start by saying that normally the effective participation of women, and equal leadership opportunities are recognized globally as, human rights, not only women's rights. And this also leads to sustainable development. However, in the past in Nigeria, we have come to a situation where it seems like there has been a little bit of progress that we've had from 2005 down to 2011. And it seemed like in 2011, we started retrogressing. And we are at a state currently in Nigeria where, like Nkiru said, out of 469 members of the National Assembly, we have only 19. 4 at the Senate, 15 at the House of Representatives. And of course, out of the over 900 that you have in the state houses of assembly,
you have only 56 that are women. And the question is, what is happening? I mean, when we started this conversation, there was a discussion around the Not Too Young to Run bill and how it was important for young women to also participate. But I think one of the things we will start from this platform is to try to also go into the meat of the matter by asking ourselves, of the 4 women at the Senate, how many are actually young women? Of the 15 at the House of Representatives, how many are young women? And then of the 56 that we have across the nation at the state houses of assembly, how many again are young women? Because that is where we'll have to start the matter. So I will just ask, starting from you, Nkiru, since you work with PLAC, and PLAC is well known for research. From your experience in terms of the Not Too Young to Run bill, which was signed off in 2018, what has your research showed you in terms of the number of young persons who have participated in elections? Now, I mean young persons altogether, and then specifically, do you have an idea of the number of young women who have emerged as a result of the signing of that bill?
Okay, so I don't have the statistics. I don't know it by heart, but of course it is really, really like, should I say infinitesimal, is really, really small. You don't have a lot of young women, you know, who are emerging as candidates. I know that the Not Too Young to Run movements, they've, you know, they recorded a few successes. So in terms of candidature, I think that is where you have the numbers. So you have a lot of young people coming out to run, but a lot of them drop off during the nomination process. So I think that is where it really matters. So, you know, after the candidate nominations process, you really don't see a lot of young people. And there's also the issue of where these young people are. I mean, yesterday I was reading something and I was reading a research and they said most of these young people and women, you find them in smaller parties. And most of these parties, you know, their election, you know, we've seen their election outcomes, you know, the chances of them actually contesting and winning is very low. So it is not just the issue of women contesting, because it's very easy to pull out figures from smaller parties. You know, they can give you very good numbers, but the major political parties, you know, who have very strong structures and, you know, who have that incumbency advantage and who regularly win elections, you don't really see a lot of young people on their ballots.
Great. Thank you very much. I think that leads me to you. who is a member of the PDP, because of course, like Nkiru said, of course, we've had more young persons, you know, come out or aspire to get into leadership positions. But of course, when it comes into the party primaries, nomination processes, a lot of them fall or fail, or, you know, we don't get to see them anyway. But then for you who works in a political party, I want to ask, from the time where we had the bill signed, has your party, you know, taking any deliberate steps to ensure that young women move up the ranks of leadership, whether in the party, as, you know, the structure of the party, or as candidates for elections?
Well, I can vouch for you for now. I'm a clear example of that effort for our party, the PDP, to make sure young women are involved or when women emerge. Because I'm under 45 years. I know I've come out of the youth age, but generally in Africa and particularly in Nigeria, our youth, the women youth age is not the global age given to youths. Because women in Africa, in Nigeria, get involved in politics at the later age, due to other internal factors like early marriage. Parents prefer their kids, children to finish universities. They prefer their children to pursue a professional career. Not forgetting that if they don't get involved, those professional careers will be governed by unprofessional political leaders. So it's very important for, I think I'm going off. We're talking about our party, right? Okay. So our party really tried this time around 2023, as I also emerged as a candidate. And in fact, in our region, northern region, which is very rigid to change, Everybody knows that women involvement in politics is very rigid in the North. And I happen to emerge from the heart of a northern state, which is Kano State, which is very, very tough. But it wasn't only my effort, it was also encouragement and creating opportunity for me from the party, which is very rare and is something that that it's very impressive from coming from the North. So you can see one of the major problems we are facing in Nigeria as a whole for young women to be involved or to emerge as winners and even being given opportunity to compete and show their capacity in various stages is that the men need to understand that they have to create opportunities for the women because it's naturally a male-dominated domain. So it's from the men that we have to maybe create more awareness. People that work from other agencies, NGOs for leadership and elections, and also that associations, maybe foreign associations that also promote gender inclusion need to create more advocacy to men. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So based on what you said, of course, organizations that work around women's political participation, CSOs, need to do a lot of advocacy for men to understand that we should bring in women into the box. Now, this works very well in the North, right?
Well, it's not only from the North I'm calling on.
Mhm.
It should work nationwide.
Nationwide.
Yes, because if not, the 30%,
35%.
the 35% affirmative action won't hold. Because it's not something that only concerns the northern part of Nigeria, it concerns the whole Nigeria, because we had activities where all women that are contesting in all various electoral, what we call it?
Seats.
Yeah, all seats. All the women are invited. We have conferences, we have discussions, open house and all that. So we hear challenges from all corners of the country, and some are more severe, some are unfortunate, but I think in all political parties are facing the same thing. It's not only one political party, it's all political parties. And like she said earlier, that most women will be seen in the smaller political parties because it tends to be like the only way or the only place they get listened to. But then they still, there's more or less no impact of their involvement there. So there's a lot of advocacy that needs to be done so that we can see more men allowing it. Men accepting it, men creating the platform, opportunities, so that the women can emerge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that leads me to my sister from the APC. We've had the experience of PDP and how she has rose up the rank of leadership. My question to you would be that since you are from, I think you said Oyo State, Oyo State, which is a state that I think, I don't think, okay, Oyo has, I think, 2 women at the State House of Assembly, if I'm not mistaken. And then my question to you would be, are there deliberate measures that you would say the APC did? Let's move it now from the national to the state, because I do know that sometimes state leadership also do make efforts. So in your emergence or in the work that you do, are there specific things that you would say the APC did to encourage more women to participate in election? And if there were, what are these things that they did so that we can also encourage other parties, to take part? Thank you.
Answer your question before. I'd like to say that deliberate measures, all the ways are
Okay.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, young women in leadership, young women in politics is a topic that always enthusiastic to discuss. And I'm very grateful to my sister here for creating this platform. When I saw our appointment, I was ready to keep on the same program. I would like to applaud her for her consistency over the years. She's been championing and training young women to be in leadership. So please round of applause. So back to your question. It's something I have witnessed firsthand. I would also like to applaud my sister here, coming from the north and imagine as a candidate, that's a loss. Okay, let's just be very practical here. Politics has a lot of class of difference. As you mentioned, a lot of young people come out to aspire, but many don't go. She got the ticket. Yeah. Many don't even get the ticket.
Absolutely.
The Congress is cumbersome, it is complicated. So it's not really all the parties. The fact that the policies have the constitution, and I'm not saying that my party is doing well, yes, they did. In terms of Benjamin saying that the APC is doing really well. Because there are some cases in politics that don't in the phone. As I said, the fact of interest, the rigor of going into all these congresses and coming out getting the ticket, it's usually of saying. It becomes a situation of who you know and the sect you belong to. It becomes a situation of who is your leader. Who is your mentor? Who is your leader? No, political leader. Who is the political leader you're following? And the political leader you're following, how much of an edge does that person have? In the context of the day, because it's changing. It's always changing. So I believe it's a lot. Like I said, it's a lot of rigor, and they need to be prepared for it. There was a time when we discussed and said that, okay, the moment they do not have money. Last election cycle, in my own state, I saw women come out with good money. Women that have made it professionally, they've made their money, and they clearly obtained the form. These are women that are not even ready for 22%. They can pay the role from free. They had the capacity, but they did not pay the ticket. We need an influx of literate, determined, and courageous women to be in politics. And then those that are there already, we should not be stagnant. Let's keep moving up the ladder so that those tiny rooms where the major decisions are made will be there. And we can speak for television.
Fantastic. That's a fantastic way to end it. So from what I get from what you have said, it's not necessarily about the capacity now. It's not also about the funds, because sometimes you could also have the fund and not have the necessary networks to get you to where you want to be. So one key thing I have picked up from what you have said is the importance of networking, which means not only networking within the structure, but key networking strategies that will get you to where you want to be. Then that leads me to another thing, which means there are still issues with the structure, because from all that you have said, it's very good. It's written on the books and we all have it. But when you get into the grassroots, it plays out differently. Now, that brings me to you, Aisat. I see that you're an executive secretary for a leadership academy. And my question would be, for someone who does leadership training for young persons, or rather for everybody, are there specific things that you have seen that is lacking in young women that we, as participants here, should put forward? Especially going forward, we do know that there will be need for training and retraining, because we can't say that enough. Women would always need a lot of this. But are there things that you feel that are the core requirements that are lacking, which is important for young persons to participate in leadership programs?
Thank you very much. Thank you for that question. So I'm getting sort of like our moments here, like goosebumps, just from what my colleague here said and my co-panelist has said. I just want to say that before I even get to the question, it's never about capacity. It's not about capacity, because women have shown that when they lead, they do it so well. We've seen from COVID times, New Zealand, the former Chancellor of Germany, and so many others. When they lead, they do it well. It's about something called self-purification. And I'll define that when I answer. So Martin Luther King said that for us to move together as a society, we must self-purify ourselves. And that means you must throw away those things that are not good learnings. You must throw them away. You must purify yourself. So discrimination, segregation, you must purify yourself. Racism, you must purify yourself. Gender bias, you must purify yourself. And once we start purifying ourselves as a society, that's when we'll start having real discussions. So like my sister here said, it's beyond policies. It's not capacity. We have capacity. We are complete when we are all. We do it every day, every minute, every second. So it's not capacity. So to also answer your question, just a brief on Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy. Lagos State Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy is an initiative by Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. It's a one-year program to intentionally develop and mentor young people across the country, to gain leadership skills, to equip them, to grow, to enhance the current skills they possess. It's an entryway into public service. It's a serious mentorship intensive program, and also being open to different perspective of leadership and different perspective of leaders. It's pure exposure into public service. So what have I seen in our time as in Lateef Jakonde? We are very intentional, by the way. It must be 50-50, right? So if you currently see our first cohort, it's a 50-50 thing. We are very, very intentional about that. And Governor Sanwo-Olu is incredibly intentional about that. So we've not had a problem of, when people come on board, we don't have enough women applying. We actually have a lot of women applying to come on the program. But something I have noticed is with our current cohorts, maybe sometimes when they're trying to pick the leaders of the group, the women don't step up. Right? So I've come across that, and I think I was having a pep talk with them. Like, what's going on? Why am I not seeing you guys? And you guys are probably, if not off record, if not better than them, but like, why are you guys not stepping up? What's going on? And it's something that we are also looking at. It might be the burden of leadership. We talk about leadership, the word leadership, and we use it so loosely. There's a lot of intricacies to it. There's a lot of relationship management that is required. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. It's not easy. You lose yourself in the process, because I'm a leader. As a secretary, I have a lot of staff members. I have so many requests coming so many times by different people. I have to meet different needs. It's not easy. So, and something that we've also noticed is that it's okay to be a follower. You cannot be a leader without being a good follower. So they're not mutually exclusive. You must have both. So, right, so when you're a good follower, you can be a good leader. So followership is not a bad thing. What we're experiencing in Nigeria as a result today is also the lack of followership, the lack of trust in government, and that comes from followership. So it's not necessarily a bad thing to be a followership. You can follow and follow from behind and do it so well. And eventually you will step up to the capacity of being a good leader. Because when you meet leaders that just want to be leaders, those ones just want to have center stage. Until they become a good follower is when you become a good leader, right? And so I don't necessarily negate the fact that the girls in our cohort don't step up. I also understand the importance of them staying and also learning the terrain first. So we cannot just push people to quickly grab the button. There's some people also learning those terrains, and it's okay to do that. But also it's when they stay there for long that becomes a problem. But as a country, are we staying there for long? Pretty much, yes. We need to, get to the forefront of things. And I think it's women not being scared, of those stigma, of those societal back chats. After that, we would completely step up. And this platform is one of those opportunities. We have 200 million people to go, but it's a start. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step, and this is the first step, but in essence, that's really what I see in those leadership areas.
Okay, fantastic. So if I picked anything from what you said, apart from the other issues that you've raised, I'm talking about women not wanting to step up. And that by the way, is a key issue that is across board, and not just only for young women, but for also women as well who have been in institutions. So you would see that even in institutions, women would rather give some of their suggestions to people who they feel they would listen to say rather than say themselves. So one key thing you should take out from this event and from what she has said is, do not be afraid, to step up. You could just be the person that the others are waiting upon. But that brings me back to Nkiru. She mentioned that before you become a leader, you also have to be a good follower. And this is also key for us as young persons in Nigeria. Sometimes also we do not want to start from the process of, followership. We just want to lead. But having said that, I want you to also talk to us about how to navigate the power structure, especially because there are a lot of young persons here, and it's something that is really very important for us. If I have to be a good follower to get into leadership, how do I navigate it in such a way that I do not lose myself as just being a follower and forgetting that from followership, I should be able to get into the position of leadership? So how do I navigate the power structure in this case?
Okay. I would have loved to hear the answers of the politicians, because they are the ones that have to encounter that on a more regular basis. But I think, talking to young women, I think the first most important thing is knowledge. For me, I think in anything they are doing, awareness, knowledge, you really have to build knowledge about what you're going to, you have to understand the system. You have to understand the process. And, in the work that we do, there's this thing called power mapping. You really have to, you really have to do power mapping. So for instance, if you want to go into politics, you really have to know who somebody talked about, who is your political leader. So you have to understand the context. So for me, I think, just proceeding from that foundation, building knowledge, building awareness, and, not feeling too big to learn. And not being in a hurry. I like what the last speaker said, that you don't always have to be a leader. You can be a follower. So I think just setting out that time to actually build your knowledge and capacity and awareness of not just, and this is not just substantive knowledge, even emotional intelligence. Yes, because, this is, Nigeria is not a homogeneous country, it's a very, very diverse country. In the course of your interactions as a young woman, whether it's in politics or otherwise, you're going to meet people from different backgrounds. You're going to meet people with biases and prejudices, and you're also going to have your own biases and prejudices questioned. So learning also means being ready to be open-minded and to learn and to adjust some of those biases, and learning how to work with people who come from different backgrounds and who have a different, should I say, mindset or opinion. And, I'm not even in politics, but I know enough to know that, if you don't have that mindset and, learn how to work with people, then you're not going to go very far.
Thank you very much. So that brings me to my sister from Oyo, the APC. I would want to ask, because you've said a lot of things about how you need to understand the structures, how you need to network. So I'm coming to you with the same question, but in a different trail of thought. How have you been able to navigate the power structures when you started off as a newbie in the political arena? And how have you been able to also navigate that same structure now that you have, we could say you've cut your teeth and then you know your way around the structure itself?
leadership has been very, I think, a very deliberate thing for me. Right from my young days, I don't have this mindset that I do not want to go home because of the certificate. I wanted something extra. I wanted to I wanted the experience. So I think then for me. And right after NYSC, I was appointed as educated affairs to the then governor for your state. And that leadership on its own, I was in charge of all students in the state and all other students that are fully in order to it was a lot, and I was 24. So, you know, it's been a process. It's been the thing that I've learned while in school. I've thought we navigate that thing. Okay. But even at that time, there was still some capacity that I had not seen. Okay. But passing through that stage gives me more edge. You get it? So, throwing my heart into the ring and something for 6 months, I actually committed to 6 months I didn't for things now. It was almost like a taboo to a lot of people. And a lot of people didn't think anything will happen. Oh. So I would say courage. The courage to say, okay, I want to do this thing. It's also a way to navigate. The determination that, okay, I will not just stay behind. I want to be here and make your intention known. Don't stay behind because make it known. You know, to navigate these things, you have to develop some kind of experience and not listen to negativity. So those are the fundamentals of this. Okay. And then I think there are more and more preventions to equal. As I said, those are the fundamentals.
All right, thank you very much. So for young persons here, because from my discussion with Rinsola, I do know that she said we have a lot of young persons who are still in institutions. The reason why we ask some of these questions is also to enable you see where they are coming from and to also give you a trail of thoughts on how you can actually get into politics. Because I do know that there are a lot of young persons who would say, I do not even know where to start or how to start from where I am. So the essence of having this conversation is to also help you see where they have started from and to help you, you know, take your little steps from there. So to you, Halima, who is the secretary for the Katsina State PDP 2023 PDP House of Assembly candidate, my question would be, as a woman who has, you know, passed through these rungs and it's a bit comfortable. I'm saying a bit because, of course, you are no longer a beginner. How do you navigate? And the reason why I'm also trying to get your own trail of thought is because we do know the issues in the North are a bit different from those at the southern parts of the country. So for you at the North, how have you been able to navigate, you know, the structures and still make your mark?
At first, when my colleague said, the woman leader said that since from her early ages, or rather her early age, she was intentional. I was also intentional because growing up, maybe I had another influence where my father was also into politics. So I see the in and out of it, but I don't know about it. So I was interested in being in politics and actually in leadership in wherever I find myself, because at a point I had some female politicians I was looking up to, because it's very, very important to be intentional at an early age. It also, it builds you up into giving you the drive to navigate. Because if you are intentional, you have the interest to lead or to be in a leadership position anywhere, not just politics. You have to be intentional because it's the interest that drives you to navigate around, because at an early age, you don't even know where you're going to, but you have the interest. So when you build that interest with time, I can remember even in my university's days, I contested for departments, head of departments, students departments, you understand? And it was later I was remembering, oh, I have all these strengths a long time ago. So I was like, but then I'm from the North, which is very rare. The only person I was looking up to was that time was Senator Leila Buhari. She was contesting when I was in secondary school. I was so impressed with her because I love doing things that women don't do, the usual things. I don't like doing the usual things. So one of the unusual things is for a Northern woman to be intentional in taking leadership roles. So even before graduation, I was telling some of my friends that, okay, so we are going to be career women. We have no choice. We have to be career women. But I didn't know I was going to go into politics. But with time, as I kept having other things, because you're intentional, what you be focusing on, what would you do to lead, or what are you doing in leadership roles? How do I acquire skills? You have to acquire skills. You have to learn. You have to attach yourself to a mentor, either in political, a political leader or a political or anything, any role in leadership, because he's somewhere up there or she's somewhere up there. But then coming from the North is very discouraging because you can see how she has been contesting, she hasn't been winning, but I still get impressed by her.
Okay.
So today, I would say it's unfortunate that before I got into politics, I had to do a research. I have to go into a research on why women don't win elections in the North.
Okay.
Because it's very critical, because I would like, we're missing something somewhere. Definitely we're missing something somewhere, because it can't be all these years and women are really not emerging in political parties. So even the involvement that the people are saying women are not being involved, as I'm saying, I was looking up to Leila Buhari because she has been in politics for decades. But I came and also I emerged as a candidate, which she couldn't. I'm sorry to say, but there's so many things you look up to. Why is the negative things happening? These are kind of the things you need to look at in mapping yourself. Like she said, you have to map. So it's not just a one-day thing. It's something you have to be intentional. You have to work to it. If you don't have the drive for leadership, you don't have, you easily get discouraged.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if you don't have the drive, you easily get discouraged. So what has kept her going while she has been on the leadership position where she currently is the fact that she has deliberately self-motivated herself. That's really very important. And I think we'll just go through and take some recommendations. So I'll start with Aisat, who has a leadership school. What would be your recommendations going forward as we first, towards 2027? And just to say, for me, usually when I talk about political participation, I do not just look at the national, I also do look at the states. And most times when I talk, I encourage young persons. There are also opportunities and inroads for you in local governments. I do know that it's a place where most people do not even see as inroads, but really they are. And because before 2027, you have a lot of states that will come up with local government elections. It's a first point for you to also test your skills. So I would ask you, Aisat, what are your recommendations as we move towards 2027 in terms of women's political participation, especially for young persons? What should they know? What should they be doing? What are the recommendations that you would give even civil society organizations that would end up working with young persons, to get it right, so that we don't come again after 2027 and we're discussing the same set of things? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I think that's a very good one. I think we need to start talking about solutions as opposed to constantly focusing on the problem. Firstly, I think, yes, we should push young women, to take up this leadership roles. but I also believe strongly in the spirit of active citizenship. So we must all be very active citizenship. You don't need to put your name on the ballot to be relevant politically. The fact that you have your PVC and you're voting is a political relevance. The power is not really with the government, it's with the people, right? So I think that's very important. You have to look at voters' apathy and see that even the votes alone, we are not voting. And then you are now telling us to go for leadership. Let's even start from the bottom and let's get people to start voting. Men, women, start getting involved. And I think like when our voting even naturally increases, you will even start seeing more interest in those things. So we can't just focus on just leadership alone. We need to go to the basics at all. And then we need to work on both women pushing themselves on the ballots and also being relevant by voting. So they must both work simultaneously because women also, we have a low numbers of women voting. So let's start with our PBC. My father says something, you can start with the small details, you can go with, it's easy for you to continue with the big details, right? So you must be able to start small and start by voting first. I don't know the numbers of people in here that votes, but it's not rocket science that everybody in here doesn't vote, right? So, and you're now telling people that don't vote naturally to now go for the role of being on the ballots. Where's your PVC first? Have you applied for that? Have you gotten that? So active citizenship is a very, very important conversation that we must have. We must, and that's the whole point of this. It's not my academy, by the way, it's Governor Sanwo-Olu's academy. So that's a whole that's what makes Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy very, very important, you know, and because what we do, what we preach is the power of one. So the power of one person. So just by one person, sometimes I say all the time that we don't realize the power of one most times. We see some things that have gone wrong in the nation and it's just one person that has done it, right? The power of one is so powerful and we must begin to completely embrace that. And that's why I want to say, let's start with active citizenship. Talking to your brothers, talking to your sisters, how can we be more active politically? How can we be more active in terms of using our voice? Joining civil societies, you know. Elect Her is one of my favorite organizations. That's a woman two women that have just used their voice and they've empowered. I know we had Honorable Rukaya. I know they also spoke, she probably is familiar with them as well, right? This is two women. Remember, I'm still talking about the power of one. This is two women that have also stepped up to the plate. So how are we stepping up to the plate? It doesn't mean that you don't want to run later. I want to run later, right? But I can tell you that when my first year in public service, I actually started as working with Governor Malam Nasir El-Rufai. So I'm very familiar with the northern stigmas here and there. I was in Kaduna State. Before I even proceed to move to Lagos State, where I became Senior Special Assistant to Governor Sanwo-Olu on development partnerships and economic planning. Before I was then elevated to this role. Doesn't mean I don't want to run. I want to run. I'm learning. I'm preparing for you people. That's what I'm trying to tell them. So it's okay to start small. And if I tell you my age, it's also like, I'm just 30. So there's so many rooms that are open. I'm not from a political family. I'm the only person, nobody in my family is in the civil service. I'm the only person. But I waited to find the right opportunity to pitch my tent. And it starts from, it's okay to wait in the corridor till the door opens. But just make sure you beautify that corridor. So when the door opens, they are opening it to see beauty, right? So just be intentional, calm down, be patient. Not everybody would accept you at once, but just be patient because the person that would need you and the person with the influence will find you, right? And it will take just one person with that influence and they will make everything change. And the power of one, sorry, I just need to also speak about the power of one. For instance, you have Governor Sanwo-Olu in his cabinet, right? You have a lot of women in his cabinet represented. Governor Nasiru El-Rufai, so many women. It was enough. The first female deputy governor that was fully elected is from Kaduna State. And it was so intentional about that thing. It was so intentional about it that she's now the deputy governor, even for the new governor. So the power of one is there. And that goes back to self-purification. Madam Nasiru El-Rufai and Governor Sanwo-Olu, they've purified themselves of every segregation, every discrimination. So that's where it is. Sorry.
Thank you very much. The power of one. Okay, I think key messages have been sent. I have also taken notes of some of the key recommendations. Nkiru, I think we'll take the last stroll at this. Let me go through to the politicians, because of course, we are talking again about women political leadership. So I would ask you, Halima, what do you think we should be doing? What are your recommendations? Since you're already in a political party and you already understand how it is, what are your recommendations for young persons, for us to see more young persons by 2027?
Well, it's very important for young women, first of all, to be intentional. Are you asking me in leadership roles or political?
Politics.
Okay.
We are dealing with
politics is
here.
is a headache. But when you navigate yourself around and you plan yourself, you get through it. And it's very good to have steps on navigating, because you have to notice your environment, observe what's happening, and see where you can follow. You have to choose a path. You can't be here or neither there. You have to choose a path where that would guide you into what you need to do. Because politics, women being involved in politics doesn't have a particular timetable, or it has any roadmap specifications.
So what should they be doing?
Okay, the first thing is you should be intentional on what you want to do. You have to be involved. You have to be involved. You have to take yourself there. You have to push yourself there, because nobody's going to push you. Nobody's going to encourage you. And nobody's going to tell you to be there. But when you are there, you get involved, and they have to include you in the process. So you have to want to be in the process. You have to want to be in politics. You have to want to learn politics. You have to want to vote. You want to learn the rights of women in politics, or women, what contribution I can make to politics. Because there are two interests, actually. First of all, are you there? Is your interest to win, or your interest is just to mingle? There are two things,
okay,
or rather three things.
Okay.
Interest to win, interest to mingle, and interest to be included. Okay. Because when you're included, this involves being a woman leader, being a secretary, any position in politics, any position in the political party, because all the people that become something, the ministers, were involved in politics. Somewhere they played a role. Learn to play a role, or be intentional that I want to be involved. I want to play a role. From there, you get guidance, and you see your weakness, your strengths, then you build on your strengths on it. Never be discouraged.
Thank you.
You have to be very courageous, because it takes a lot of courage for a woman to penetrate anywhere you are. Okay. It's not just in politics. Anywhere you are, you have to be courageous. So, and whatever you see it as a problem, look at it as it's not a problem, because it helped me. I just look at whatever it is as a challenge, and I don't see it as a problem. I just see it as a challenge to face.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. That has been really instrumental.
I want to add something. Always learn to motivate yourself. Don't wait for somebody to motivate you. Don't ever wait for anybody to motivate you. I remember when I did my corporation, I did it in Taraba. And by that time, I had my third child. I left my third child for 5 months and went to Taraba, because I said, I must do this NYSC.
Absolutely.
I went to Taraba alone. And mind you, I'm married and I'm still married, being in politics.
Oh, yeah.
So you can see a lot of challenges around me, but I never saw it as a challenge, because if you're intentional, you find a way, you make the people around you understand your intentions, what you want to do, where you want to go. So it's either they encourage you or they improvise you. If they don't, keep on going. They will understand later about your intentions and they will support you. You'll be surprised where support will come in. Support will come, but you have to be courageous.
Thank you.
Like somebody told me, we were having a small organization discussions in a restaurant. He said, Hajia Halima, why are you thinking of getting a chair on the table? I said, that's always our focus. We want a chair on the table. He said, no, don't look for a chair on the table, grab the table. So when you grab the table, they will look at you and say, we must give you a chair. So ladies, please don't be discouraged. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. She mentioned two things: be deliberate, be intentional. And then she has also said, motivate yourself. So if you're a young person here and you are just thinking about leadership, where to start, please remember, no one is going to motivate you. Secondly, you need to be deliberate and intentional. So please, my sister, the woman leader from your states. So my own will just be, can you give us your recommendations in 5 minutes? What are your recommendations for young persons?
Also, statistics are told that when you have more women in Thailand, it means there will be a very good assistance to men. So, from what I can so far, my request from the meeting is that to have more young women on young women. So, and I actually like this discussion that is taken towards 2027, because for me, it means we are taking progress. Firstly, I would like to recommend that we have more of the kind of work that can be leadership.
Okay.
I think what government wants to be deliberate about making it easy for you to be in leadership, giving them a passage to becoming leaders. I think it's something all other governments should emulate. So it would be my first recommendation.
Okay.
Because it's not a very big challenge for young women. It's different going to school and be educated. It's different from picking up leadership roles and having that encouragement. Secondly, I will say to encourage them to talk of a lot of literacy practice for the governance. So from experience, I think it's quite different. I've been in governance, then I just ran for years. I would also recommend a reorientation about women at grassroots level. They need this thinking, the change of society, kind of, because you surprise the kind of contributions women make, the kind of sacrifices they make, but it's not documented, it's not really recognized as it should be. That's number one reason. The second reason is that the women in the grassroots should be able to embrace and welcome different women when they see them, come into politics in the grassroots. They should be able to work with them effortlessly, because these women that will also help them make more impact.
Okay.
So I would recommend that kind of development. What else?
Thank
I
you.
would also recommend you all to mentor.
Okay, mentorship.
Yes, mentorship. You have all gone to certain levels in our life. It's a kind of giving back to humanity, the community. Have a younger girl that
you're mentoring.
Telling how they can, navigate through the
Okay. Absolutely. Thank you very much for those key recommendations. And then moving now to Nkiru, we are the civil society side. So our recommendations, please.
Okay, so I think the other speakers have given very good recommendations and advice to young women. Personally, as someone in civil society and someone working in the social justice sector, I'm interested in seeing more women in political office in 2027, because really, I believe, that's the whole point. And I just have one advice. Or rather, I believe, we have to have a razor sharp focus on making that happen. And I think we have to leverage on this knowledge and the growing awareness on gender disparity. I'm very happy that a lot of people are agreeing there's gender disparity in politics, but we have to leverage on it and use legislation. I believe so much in legislation. So while political participation, you can vote, you can get you can register to vote, join a political party. I think women need to be in spaces where decisions are made. It is really, really important. Because you're talking about public funds, resources, and the rest of it. So for me, I want to see more women in 2027. And I think everyone should get involved in this cause and this campaign to use legislation as a remedy to get more women into elective office by 2027.
Thank you very much. And that rounds it up from us. I think I will just state a few of the key recommendations that we've gotten today. The first one is be active in leadership, be an active citizen. Do not only wait to get into leadership, vote and then take part. Be a follower. Don't only wait to also be a leader. From followership, you can get into leadership. Then another recommendation we got is that nobody will motivate you. You as a woman has to motivate yourself, and you need to keep pushing yourself to achieve what you have determined to achieve. The third one is being involved. You cannot be sitting at the corners and expect that when it's time for leadership, they will get, true to you. If you are following, if you are a registered member of political party and you are active, it means that when it's time for appointment and you are not an elected leader, you are the person who would come to mind. But if I don't see you in politics, or if you're not a member of the party and you're not actively participating, of course, nobody sees you and then nobody remembers. The fourth thing is more influx of women in grassroots politics. And then we are being told it's not only at the governance structure, it's not only at the national, but there are inroads for you at the grassroots level, local government elections, and so on. Take more seriously trainings for leadership. We also have reorientation for women at grassroots level. We have mentorship, we have legislation, and in addition to what Nkiru has said, we are going to be going through a period where the gender bills will be introduced. As young persons, it is really important that you participate. You have to know what these gender bills represent, know why it is important for you as a young person to push and to drive it, and also follow through the process. You have constituents, you have members who are at the National Assembly, who are the state assemblies. Can you also follow up to know what they are doing? These are the things that we need to do to make sure that, by the time we get into 2027, the stories have changed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well. Thank you. We're so sorry that we ate into time. We are so sorry. Please let's put our hands together again for the panelists. They've really done so well. Thank you. We really appreciate. Okay, let me quickly call on. Yes, for a group photograph, please, before you leave. Let me call on Honorable Adebayo Benjamin Lani, Mandate Secretary, Women Affairs, FCT, ably represented by Dr. Musumola Jemilat Abdul Wahid, Deputy Director, Women Affairs Sec, for a quick goodwill message, please. Please, let's put our hands together for her, ma'am. We're going to be taking her quick goodwill message, and then we go to the next agenda. You're welcome, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Standing on the existing protocols, I want to appreciate the panelists. They have really made women proud. And on behalf of my Mandate Secretary, Honorable Dr. Adebayo Benjamin Lani, who is also busy somewhere, our goodwill message is that she's a passionate person for women. She has the drive, the passion, the intentionality to make women and girls be where they're supposed to be. And with the creation of the Women Affairs Secretariat by the Honorable Minister of FCT recently, about 5 months ago, you have seen what she has been doing in the FCT. Like one of the panelists said, that we must start from somewhere. We have to tap our resources from the grassroots. If you want to contest as a politician, you must trace your roots. You must go home, interact with your people. We cannot start at the center. We must start from home. And when you do that, people know you. These are the people that will vote for you. It's not just to use the women during voting time and dump them. We must interact with them. They are your tools to success. And when you get there, you must impart on them, you must empower them, you must make sure that they have access to health, education, livelihood, and even, improve their well-being. This will make you to thrive for many years and for many decades. The goodwill from Honorable Adedayo Benjamin is that she's so impressed by what the special assistant to the president on citizenship and leadership has brought on board recently. And this is to show that this government is trying to renew our hope. And the First Lady said it's not only renew hope, but renew initiative for our women, and it must be an inclusive one. And she said, as we navigate the ever-evolving landscape of leadership, it's inspiring to witness the rise of young leaders like us, especially as women, who have fresh perspective, innovative ideas, and boundless energy to table your commitment in making a difference in our communities. Is not only commendable, but also serve as a beacon of hope for the future. Your journey be fulfilled with success, resilience, and unwavering determination to create a positive change. Keep leading with passion and purpose, for the world truly needs your unique vision. That means that we women, we have a unique vision. And when we are given the opportunity, we are going to try to make it a success. And he said, in a world of today, where women's voices are now increasingly heard and people are looking at us as vital in leadership positions, that we must shine brightly as a beacon of empowerment and inspiration to others to follow. If you are a woman, you are a woman and you shine, other women will follow you, and they will see your participation as truly something that will bring results and improve livelihood to them. They are going to support you. And as women, we must actually do the right thing. We must have our integrity. We must keep our integrity tight, and we must run a kind of inclusive government. We must not bring any woman down. We must carry ourselves along and keep leading with grace, strength, and conviction, for you are truly shaping a brighter tomorrow for all of us. So I say to you that you have done something very, very unique today, and Women Affairs Secretariat will support you, will work with you, and we want you to include more women as we are growing in this new dispensation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Beautiful, beautiful goodwill message. All right, it's about time that we jump onto the next panel discussion. This one will be examining young women's leadership in business. Yes, we'll be examining women's leadership in business and technology. All right, let me call on the panelists. This session, please, we're giving 25 minutes max and then 5 minutes for Q&A. 25 minutes max. Please, I'm begging us all to stick to time because of time constraints. All right, let me call on MSE business owner in person of Latifa Aspita Isa. There she is, CEO Aspita Global Resources. Please, let's give her a round of applause. And then we have Titi Lokwe Badamosi, Special Assistant to the President on Youth Initiatives, Monitoring and Delivery. She's here with us as well. Please, let's give her a round of applause. There she is. We also have representative of Smithon, Women and Youth representative in person of Mrs. Mrs. She's going to handle me now. She'll be like, you mean you forgot my name? How dare you? Okay, Mrs. Regina Bameyi. Yes, Mrs. Regina Bameyi is here. All right, there she is. Please, let's give her a round of applause. She is representing Smithon, that Small and Business Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria. And also we have Bashira Hassan, Lead Programs, Partnerships and Policy Engagements at the Office for Nigerian Digital Innovation, ONDI. Okay, we have Christiana Madu, Be More Foundation. Yes, Be More Foundation. Christiana Madu is with us today. And then our moderator for this panel session is Mr. Chukwemeka Onyemadu, Program Specialist, Women Economic Empowerment, UN Women. Please, let's give him a round of applause. And just like I said, we're giving this session 25 minutes max, yes, and then 5 minutes for Q&A. So I'll be handing over the mic straight to you, our moderator.
Thank you very much. We don't have so much time, but we would like to focus our discussions around the thematic area. Okay, and welcome to my co-panelists. Let us kick this discussion. We know there's data to show that women, especially women entrepreneurs, women-owned businesses, as well as women-led businesses, have several barriers as well as mitigating factors that limit them from exploiting and exploring economic opportunities as they present themselves. So let me start by asking Ms. Hassan, as the lead program partnership and policy with NIDA, if we are talking about digital solutions that enhance women's economic opportunities, my first question would be, within your organization, can you throw more light to some of these digital solutions that exist and how women can have expanded opportunities to benefiting from those opportunities?
Okay. Can you hear me?
She's not here. Is she online?
I am online. Can you hear me?
Ms. Hassan, is she here? Is she online?
I am online.
Okay, that's fine. Since she's not here. So that question was based on some of the existing gaps that we've noticed that women face, especially when it comes to. Is she online? Is she online?
I am online. I can hear you. I am online.
All right.
Can you hear
Bashir
me?
Hassan, lead programs partnership and policy engagements at the Office for Nigerian Digital Innovation, ONDI, will be joining us via Zoom. Yes, so we should be having her contributions via Zoom right about now.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Okay, still
Hello?
trying to connect to her.
I am online. I can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, great. I have been online. I've been following the activity. Apologies for not being there physically. I was there earlier, but due to a clash in engagement, I had to leave. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We're working on the volume though.
All right. So I was saying that apologies for not being there physically present. I had to leave because I had another engagement that I have to be present at as well. So I was there briefly, so I had to leave. But to answer your question, Dr. Chukwuemeka, thank you very much for your question. I work with the National Information Technology Development Agency as the apex ITE regulator in Nigeria, and our mandates includes facilitating and supporting the development of IT in the digital economy. So far, we've done that. We've been able to intervene and provide support to deepening the digital economy by developing regulatory and deploying regulatory interventions and initiatives that comes in form of regulatory instruments and policies. You'd agree with me that policies are sort of what gives birth and shapes some of our economic activities, the impact, the direction of how our economic activities will go. So to speak more, I mean, most recently, we had issued a national digital literacy framework, right? And this framework was to sort of give a legal institutionalized digital literacy within Nigeria. For us, we understand the importance of educating the public, and I mean, not just through traditional means of education, but to also digitize this process by making sure that those that are unserved and underserved would be able to get access to digital literacy and digital inclusion. Now, from that, we went ahead to, we're currently working on a national gender digital inclusion strategy that would deepen and is focused on the supporting women folk in terms of deepening digital inclusion. We understand that the women have been marginalized for a long time now, and they have been at the short end of the stick in terms of receiving certain intervention, because I mean, we're no strangers to how we hear them constantly saying, oh, the man is the leader and the woman is the support, or what have you. And if you listen to the keynote speaker, when she spoke initially, she talked about how women need to take charge of their affairs. So what this regulatory instrument seeks to do is to give women an opportunity to be at the forefront. So what this is, the strategy is going to focus on is creating more awareness and educating people. So once we issue this strategy, most of our initiatives would be geared towards ensuring that there is more visibility for women. But notwithstanding, before this strategy comes into, we give life to this strategy, we have deployed a number of interventions and programs that are women-centered, right? We've done capacity building programs on ICT and entrepreneurship for over 600 women in the geopolitical zones in Nigeria to increase women's knowledge and use of business tools. We have also collaborated with World Bank to implement the program called Gina Mata, Gina Al-Umma, which loosely translates as Build Up Women and Build the Community. The program goal is aimed at ensuring Nigeria achieves 95% digital literacy by 2030. And this is to train and equip at least 800 young women with digital skills and competencies. Because for us, it's not just about, there are some people that are not digitally literate, but they have skills that can be digitized essentially. So we have identified this with technical partners like World Bank to facilitate and support some of these activities. We also, most recently did a female founder training program that we underwent. It went through a 3-stage selection process, and where we identified 12 successful candidates from 6 geopolitical zones, right? They were picked and equipped and trained, where we gave them knowledge, practical knowledge and skills and resources that will build and nurture startups. This is in furtherance to, again, as the Apex IT agency, we're responsible for developing instruments that will guide some of our activities. So Nigeria, this administration signed into law, it was the last administration actually that signed into law the Nigerian Startup Act. But in continuing with the progress of the last admin, this administration currently supports the Nigerian Startup Act, which seeks to enable small businesses, right, and give them a legal backing. So these are some of the things that we are doing. Right, we have a seed fund. The Startup Act has a dedicated seed fund of a minimum of 10 billion naira, and we're encouraging women to reach out to see how we'll be able to support them and invest in their businesses. We also have mentorship programs. The list is endless. I can see the moderator holding onto the microphone and trying to interrupt me, so I'll give room for other speakers to speak as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hassan. And it's very interesting to note that there are several opportunities that present themselves for women, especially women entrepreneurs. So I encourage all of us to listen and see how we can take advantage of some of these opportunities that the government has already made available. So beyond just the digital space, and Ms. Badamosi, I'll be coming over to you now. From the perspective of youth initiatives, and the data that presents themselves clearly shows that Nigeria is a very youth-centric nation. From your office, what are the current youth initiatives that are on ground? And what are the youth initiatives that you think can also help to make progressive advancements in our society, especially in the context of women and persons with disability?
Thank you very much. From the angle of youth initiatives, we have a lot for young people in this country. I can tell you categorically that at the moment, we have about 984 youth initiatives to empower young people in this country. And that is inclusive of women and persons who are challenged. Now, when you look at the angles of governance and how service delivery happens, how service is delivered to people, you then want to look at the standpoint of every government. Now, the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration has priority areas, and these priority areas are the areas that the government is channeling energy to, one of which is a diversified economy. Diversified economy means that we want to have many young people in businesses. We want to have business hubs. We want to see enterprise clusters. And what are we doing to see that that emerges? For youth initiatives that young women here can tap into, I would say that a very key place to go and visit every now and then is the SMEDAN. We have the SMEDAN that usually is in charge of small and medium enterprises. They have a lot of initiatives for young people because they are that arm of government that is interested in the growth of business hubs. Additionally, one of the ministries, in fact, the major ministry where we have the most youth initiatives for young people is in the Ministry of Agriculture. We are starting towards food sufficiency, right? And it's one of the areas that the president is very concerned about. So those of us who are in the food sector, usually when they say agriculture, those of us who sell the processed products don't see ourselves as part of the agriculture chain. And it's something that we should look at. How then do you scale from agricultural products into exports? Then you start looking at Nexim Bank, you start looking at the LEDC. Now, these institutions are there to provide guidance and support to young people. And as I speak, I know that there are trainings going on the AGOA exports terms, which a lot of young people don't seem to understand. I happen to be a part of the class of the American Alum Exchange Program. And one of the challenges that we had at the AWE Exchange Program was the issue of AGOA and how we can get exportable products. So we want to look at how we can move young people through the initiatives we have. I always put these initiatives on my Twitter page and even on our official pages. We have quite a lot of initiatives from Ministry of Agriculture, Trade and Investment. You must have also heard about the super skill up artisans coming up. I'm sure a lot of us fall into that category. So if you don't want to do the skilled, you want to do the artisans, you want to see how you can take part in the opportunities that the government is rolling out in terms of initiatives. So Skill Up Artisans is one that you would be very interested in. And very significantly was the win that we had yesterday at the Ministry of Youth Development. We now have an accelerated progress towards the Youth Bank with an express approval of 110 billion naira for the re-engineering of the NYIF, that's the Nigerian Youth Investment Fund. You must have heard about the Nigerian Youth Investment Fund that started in 2020, 2021, and it has a lot of people, young people have benefited from this. So these are also initiatives that young people can tap into and make sure that it's a fair process. So just put your mind at it, follow the process and apply. There are a lot more initiatives for government, in government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Badamose. And it's very interesting to hear, and some of us have not heard about this, the emergence of what we call a youth bank, if I'm correct, a national youth bank. I think this is very important because in the sense of entrepreneurship, one of the biggest challenges has always been access to credits. And I think this will be very helpful, especially as you want to drive inclusive growth in Nigeria. And this brings me to the question for Ms. Bameyi from Smidan. I gave you the heads up, I'll ask you the next question. So in my work as a staff of the UN Women, one of the questions I hear from women entrepreneurs, especially, is how can I get money from Smidan? Please, do you want to hear the answer to that question? How can I get money from Smidan? I think that is a very fantastic question. The reason why they ask is because, to a large extent, access to credits for small and medium-scale enterprises is a big challenge. So from your perspective, from the perspective of Smidan, how do you think we can circumvent this problem? How can we, especially small enterprises, circumvent this problem?
Thank you very much, Doctor. I work with Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria. And yes, we do get that question. But our mandate and the
or to give out loans and loans to small businesses. What we do is we do advocacy and we need you to SME-friendly banks, either commercial banks or microfinance banks that are SME-friendly, so that you can access funding from them. But it does not stop us to having programs where we see how we can help small businesses access funding. And one of such programs is called the One Local Government, One Product, where we look at cooperatives in a particular local government or an individual that is doing something that has comparative advantage in that particular local government in any state in Nigeria. And you can access a form of revolving loan from Smidan. And this particular funding is at no interest at all. Now, most times you don't even get people come to apply, especially women-owned cooperatives. You don't get to see them come to apply. When you put it out there, they're like, hey, if I apply, I won't get it. So have you tried it? So it's a very free process where they come to your local government and they find cooperatives that are into comparative products with comparative advantage and the funding. We're also in the process of establishing a Smidan microfinance because we have seen that, yes, we do give out some form of financial support to small businesses, but how sustainable is that? So we want to establish our own microfinance bank and see where these small businesses come in and we can link it directly to funding. We are in partnership with lots of commercial banks, and we also know that some of the criteria that they are looking for, most women can't afford to have those kind of products or packages in terms of maybe access to land, access to collateral and all that. So Smidan is having this partnership to ensure that women can have access to some form of funding from some financial commercial banks where we have match funding with them.
So that means we can get funding from Smidan.
Not
Ah.
So we do advocacy. I will leave you to talk about it.
Okay, thank you very much for that answer. So now that we know that there are opportunities that present themselves for women entrepreneurs, especially to access to credit, let's ask one of our panelists her real life experience in accessing credit. And that brings me to Ms. Isa, who is an entrepreneur. Please, can you, and let's be practical and don't just say your experience. Is it really a challenge to have access to credit as a businesswoman from your own experience?
I'll answer that with an emphatic yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Latifa Aspita Isa. I'm the founder of Aspita Global Resources Limited. I'm also a business development service provider. So in my line of work, I work with a lot of SMEs as a business consultant. And the major area where I focus on is access to credits, access to markets for MSMEs. So Smedan is doing a lot right now, but they can do more. They can do a lot more. Yeah, because it's not enough to partner with commercial banks because they are still commercial in nature. And that means that all of their products are still going to be streamlined according to their own rules and regulations. So it is quite challenging as a young woman to access funding. I would like to borrow a leaf from the words of Philip Emeagwali, who once said, ideas, not money, can alleviate poverty. A lot of people, a lot of young women, ideas, and they have businesses that can thrive, but they do not have access to funding. So when you go to this commercial banks with your idea, it is not enough. It doesn't give you what you want. So, and ideas and not money alone can develop products. And when you have a product and you don't have money to facilitate, to get you to the right channels where you can sell, that will lead you to access the market, then there's a challenge because you as an SME are the person with the idea, you are the one to source for raw materials, you are the one to do everything. And on top of that, you still have to be left with the challenge of finding funding for that business. So as a way to also offer solution to that, there are licensed business development service provider by Smedan. Since 2021, when I got my license, I have worked with over 500 MSMEs, most in rural areas. What is Smedan doing to attach mentors to young people who handholds them to get their ideas into products, and from getting their products into a standard that is acceptable both locally and internationally. Smedan needs to do more. It's not enough to give license to people. You also have to engage them. Most of the initiatives that Smedan have, they're beautiful, but the SMEs are left alone. They do not have that capacity on their own to do all of these rigorous activities. They need handholding, they need mentorship, and that's what the BDSPs are there for. So they need to explore that opportunity that they created. So if all of these things are put together, we can have accelerated growth, we can have more young women in business, we can have more access to funding, we can have a diversified economy.
Thank you very much. Please a round of applause for her for that very fantastic response. And from what you are saying and from what we've listened to from all the panelists, what comes to mind is a more integrated approach, because clearly there are very robust youth initiatives, as Ms. Badamose has already said. There's also, from a policy and framework perspective, some work being done by NITA to see how we can use digital solutions to solve some of these problems around access to credits, as well as to accelerate youth initiatives. But Ms. Badamose, before I come back to you, I also want to recognize that our society is changing. And this is something we cannot hide from. In economics, we call that structural transformations. Now, what we know from structural transformations is that when they do occur, women are often found in the lowest tiers of those transformations. So sometimes, for example, when we had transformations in the financial sector, we found that most women were in the lower tiers of the financial sector. Now, Nigeria is experiencing some form of transformation in the renewable energy space. So that brings me to Ms. Madu, who is from BMO Foundation. From your experience working in the renewable energy space, what can we do to ensure that women are positioned at the top of the renewable energy space? What can we do? And I'm asking this because this is very interesting. Most of us have, for example, inverters and solar panels in our houses. And when you call them to install this technology in our house, it's all men. But when you go to the shop to pay for your inverter, you see a woman as the cashier. Why can't we have women as the engineers installing the solar panels, providing technical assistance to repairs of inverters, and have men as cashiers? Is that even possible? What's you? Okay.
And then my career path started to change from being able to like every other Nigerian path and wanted to do this so that that has one challenge. Second challenge, which I have faced, and every other woman out in the neighborhood is facing okay, sometimes it's done. I'm very happy to know that you are able to do we don't have all the way from Abuja to Nigeria and let women in the office to come and be in experience. For the women. I was shocked. I already know the story that I'm taking. And this was my experience just as the lesson of this time. The more people under the relationship of their affected partner, for 2 years, I've had hands-on with that experience. I'm talking about managing matters. It's very easy. It's also about planning, power homes and businesses. Systems as big as mini-grid systems. Over 200 things in a non-connected community. I had this experience. And then I get experience, and I didn't think that's amazing. New question as a young woman in such things. And the first experience and challenge I faced was bringing my business to me. I registered my business under the Corporate Affairs Commission in 2022. And when I wanted to match it, I started marketing as a marketer, not as a CEO and founder of Prime Zone. Because people ask me, we are the CEO. Making it look like I am not competent enough to say, they said they need. Take me to the and I was saying, thank you for giving me contact.
what million from here? If the head start we expect from women, from older women to younger women, I started to believe in myself. And people started to see what I can do. I know I can do better. And trust me, I dedicated that job very well. Now that is another thing of the things. And the thing I'll tell you is, you face challenges as women, but you can't do it, you need a community. Be more hands empowered 3,000 years over the last 3 years. I'm one out of 3,000 that have been empowered in women. I did not just stop there. I am now a certified solar engineer. And I shifted from writing down poverty and surgery to going to start a part-time program in technique in computer engineering. I was ready to go as far as that in technical field. And also, this not just the answer. I am still very enthusiastic. I'm 21 by the way. So it's been 6 years of mentorship on that video. And this is the beginning.
Please, a round of applause. A round of applause. That's very inspiring. Okay, we are about to round up the panel session. So I'll give every speaker maybe 1 minute to say a final word around how we can empower women, especially young women entrepreneurs, to accelerate their business development skills, have access to credit, and also leverage on technology. But before I give that 1 minute, I'm coming back to you, Ms. Banamosi, and not that I'm picking on you, but I think to a very large extent, working directly with the presidency, you have some power of convening, especially around these issues. So still speaking on initiatives, do you have, and I'm saying this for the benefit of everybody who is attending, do we have initiatives around the creative economy? Because we know this is another aspect that youths, especially women, are interested in. So do you have initiatives around the creative economy? And then how, if there are, how can we leverage the digital space to also boost that? Over to you, madam.
Yes, absolutely. I don't know if any one of us have heard about the IDICE program. The IDICE program is domiciled in
say that again.
IDICE, IDICE. You can Google it. IDICE, IDICE. The IDICE program is an opportunity for people in the creative industry. And if there's anything that women know how to do, is to be creative. You know, you find us in the arts, you find us in fashion, you find us in, you know, even as kit makers, you know, you have women in that space. So the IDICE program is a $617 million fund that people can access, that young people can access, and I'm sure there's a quota for women. So it's domiciled in the Bank of Industry, and they are the ones who implement, they are the implementing organization. Before now, they've done a lot. You must have heard about the sustainability funds in 2020 after COVID, and now we have the IDICE program. So I think one of the challenges that young people suffer from is information deficit. So we have so much going on in government, but we don't have enough information. And that is why the young people in President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government make it their mantra to, as much as possible, dole out information that can be beneficial, because if one benefits me, the other wouldn't. So why wouldn't I tell you about this program? So yes, I think that we should quickly check that out, and then we can be beneficiaries of that. Then I'd like to quickly also mention something around energy and infrastructure. Like I said, one of the core directions of this government is to re-engineer the infrastructural space. And there is another agency for those of us who, because her story is very inspiring, there are women and young ladies who are in professions that look like men's professions. I'm going to talk to mechatronics now. There's an institute or agency called the NADDC, that is the National Automotive Design and Development Agency. They do a lot of trainings. So, and it's absolutely free of charge. You don't have to pay anything. When you do these things, when you go through these trainings, you can even get funding. So you want to, the panel before us talked about, I don't know if it was the panel, but someone spoke to somebody having a mechanic workshop where she repairs the AC components of a car, all of that. So if we have aspiring people in mechatronics, you can also go to the NADDC. In fact, you can go there on my name, CDDG, and I'm sure you'll be granted opportunities. I don't know the other part of your question. Can you bring me up to speed?
Linking digital solutions to some of these initiatives.
Okay, so digital solutions are everywhere, and there is almost nothing you can access without digital solutions, and that is why you must be up to speed. One thing that NIDA has done very well is making sure that that we have education along the digital lines. And as much as some of these trainings are off the digital space, you have to access them through digital means. And that makes me recall the opportunity that we have going on for young people, the 3MTT program. The 3MTT program exposes you to a lot more than just graphics designing. It exposes you to web development and a lot more opportunities that you can find. So what we are now looking at, I'm working closely with the Office of the Special Advisor to the President on Policy and Coordination. That will be the Office of Madam Hadiza Bala Usman. And we are looking at the possibility of tying all these initiatives together and mainstreaming them. It's also instructive to note that these initiatives have been passed in the 2024 Appropriation Act. So if we are going to initiate something new or something different, we have to wait for the coming Appropriation Act. Last week, I released, my office released a survey, asking young people what they would like to see in youth initiatives in Nigeria. So we also must understand that for every sector of youth initiatives, we have the political part of it, we have the legislative part of it, we have the executive part of it, but then we also have the citizens part of it, which is the most important part of it. So if you come across the survey, yes, please fill it. We want to see your feedback. We want to see what you would like to see as part of the development for young people in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Please a round of applause for her. Did we Google iDice? Does it exist? So that's a $617 million or naira. Dollars. Even me, I'll Google it after this panel. So please, Madam Zeti, just give us 30 seconds to give our last remarks. Let me go to Madam Hassan. Are you still there with us, Ms. Hassan? 30 seconds, your last remark regarding how we can accelerate progress. She's off. Okay, so please, Madam Issa, 30 seconds.
Okay, in 30 seconds, I'd like to say that I'm glad she mentioned quickly BOI. A lot of government funding are domiciled in BOI, but they have this very huge checklist from 1 to 16, and young people can only meet 1 to 2. So it means that from seeing the checklist, that you can't go near them. I would love to use this medium to appeal to you, Madam President and Madam Smith, and please help us tell BOI to create checklists that are youth-friendly, that we can work with to access some of this funding, because it's one thing to have lots of money out there, and it's another thing to have the people who are meant to access them to be able to access them. So that's my parting shots.
Thank you very much. Madam Smidan, as Madam Babayi.
And we're also ensuring that we don't charge them too much so that people can access these products and what they have, the knowledge they have to offer to them in terms of mentorship and counseling. And like we say, we go to Nigeria, want to grow Nigeria, want to learn Nigeria, Nigeria. Therefore, we think that's more and prosper and all the people.
Thank you very much. Madam Christiana, your last words.
we don't have the women for the last 7 years, the most of the years have been empowered and are giving back to the society. When you say you know, you say you know, you don't just this is fact. I myself have been over 15 young girls and women with solar people, and my business is very new. People will say it's my office class, because I am a young man, and I'm a young man of the academic development program. And my business has been really so far. Accessibility. We don't have to go on the global space and ministry to the last 7 years. It is not just within those sides, we can have it on other sides of the country. Abuja, Lagos, everywhere. We want to just be the I know a lot of people do not know what we want. If you're in this one, you don't know what we want. Can you raise your hand up? Now you know what we want, and I'm happy you know, I'm happy I know so you know. Sensitization, we need everyone to know what we want has to offer, and the lives it has and is ready. Yeah, and better for women in the Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for my panelists. Please, a round of applause for my fantastic panelists. With that, we'll round up this session. What we've heard so far, I think, is very inspiring. We've listened to the inspiring journey of Ms. Christiana. We've also heard about a lot of government policies that exist to help women entrepreneurs, women-owned businesses. What our giveaway would be is that we should take advantage of all these opportunities. These opportunities were created for women, and women should step up to the plate to take advantage of these opportunities. We also do recognize that there has been historical inequalities that has limited women from accessing these opportunities. This is one of these reasons why we have agencies like UN Women, as well as other UN agencies who are here to support women to be able to take advantage of these opportunities. And with that, we'll close this session. And a very big thank you to all our panelists and to you for listening to us. Thank you very much.
Okay, please do not leave. Group photograph, please. Still on stage. On that note, any questions? Okay, I think in the absence of questions, we're just going to go into the next session, and which is presentation by UNODC, that's United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. All right, we have a presentation by them. So please, if we are ready, yes, I think the hall, everybody is ready for you. So get ready for the presentation right about now. Thank you very much. Once again, please, let's give them a round of applause. Beautiful session on young women's leadership in business and technology. Thank you. So our presenters, those that are, presenting on from UNODC, that's United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, to be led by Miss Dorothy Njemeze. Miss Dorothy Njemeze, are you here with us, ma'am? That's the panel. Yes, she used to lead the presentation session. No, you don't. Okay. Okay, all right. Thank you for that clarification. All right, so Miss Muchaneta, yes, Miss Muchaneta Filda Mundopa is going to lead the presentation session, all right? Okay. Please, let's give her a round of applause. All right. Okay, while we gather those that will be in charge of the presentation, let me just call the panel members so that you can, be seated at once. Let me call on Miss Dorothy Njemeze. Yes, Miss Dorothy Njemeze. All right, she's here. I hope I didn't mother your name, ma'am. You're welcome. Please, beautiful round of applause for her as she comes forward. And also the moderator, Olumayowa Olani Clean Foundation. Olumayowa Olani Clean Foundation is our moderator for this session. Please, just have a seat. And of course, this session will be looking at young women and public institutions. Young women and public institutions. Okay, so we also have CSP Sani El Mustafa, head PCRU Nigeria. He's also a panelist. CSP Sani El Mustafa, head PCRU Nigeria. All right, there he is, making his way out. Please, let's give him a round of applause as he steps forward. This. Nigeria Police Force, he's right here. CSP Sani El Mustafa, head of PCRU Nigeria Police Force. All right, over to you now.
Thank you so much. If the presentation can be put up. The PowerPoint presentation. Okay, thank you so much. My name is Muchania Tamundopa. I'm with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, heading the Justice, Integrity and Health units. Thank you so much to the special advisor, for inviting UNODC to this platform, which we think is very important, considering what we'll discuss in our session. What are the dynamics involved when young women interact with public institutions? I will take this presentation from the lens of gender and corruption and reference it to our survey, which we conducted with the National Bureau of Statistics of Nigeria when we conducted our corruption survey in 2019. First slide, please. Next slide. Okay. Okay. Maybe while they're fixing that, the first, when we received the agenda from the organizers, one of the issues that we wanted or were tasked to discuss on was the issue of the impact of corruption on young women. And one of the issues before this one, one of the issues we were tasked to discuss on was the issue of how does corruption impact young women. And I'm only going to draw on two cases or two issues. That's fine. I think we all know that corruption impacts both men and women, right? But the difference is that, like poverty and vulnerability, corruption affects more women than men, but also taking into account that women are also not a homogeneous group, right? There are women living in the urban cities and women living in the rural areas, women with disabilities and women without disabilities. So in this case, there's also a need to make a more intentional approach in terms of how do we devise strategies to deal with gender and corruption. So how does corruption affect women more? I think the previous panelists have touched on issues of how women are less represented in both public and private sectors. Our take at UNODC is that corruption exacerbates gender inequalities. In societies where, for example, women are seen to be more risk averse or more ethical than men, when a woman then engages in corruption, they are punished heavily than a man. Is it not so? Where society expects us women to be morally upright with integrity. So when eventually a woman is caught to be on the wrong side, society then punishes that woman more. And what this does is that it makes women and young women, to be precise, more scared to venture into sectors where there are high risk of corruption. For example, the public sector, as well as in politics. Because the impetus is what then happens if I am then caught. How will the public judge me as a woman? Then closely linked to the gender inequality issue is the issue of unpaid care work. If women are not involved in public or private sector spheres, it means they're back at home, being the primary caregivers to our families, the elderly, the kids, and then they interact more with public service institutions such as the education sector, as well as the health sector, where then they interact with these public service providers. In situations where it's a matter of, do I do the right thing and pay bribes, or not the right thing, do I succumb to the pressure to pay bribes for me to get the service that I want? Or do I do what is morally right, or what the law requires me to do, which is not paying a bribe? We've seen that women end up paying more bribes in sectors such as the health, because it's a matter of life and death, and they do have to get the service that they need. So in 2019, UNODC, again with the National Bureau of Statistics of Nigeria, conducted the second corruption survey in Nigeria. The first one was done in 2016. The findings of that study, if we can go back to the two graphs on the slide. The findings revealed that men were significantly more likely than women to pay a bribe in Nigeria, with 35.2% of men having paid bribes as compared to 23.9% of women. And, there are very varying reasons as to why this can be so. And one of the reasons that was proffered was that maybe women interact less with public officials, other than the sectors we've spoken about, such as the health and education. Public officials are less inclined to demand bribes from females rather than men, or it could be the role that men play in the Nigerian society, right? And I always say in the African society, because I'm also from Zimbabwe, where we face similar issues, where at the end of the day, men are seen to be paying bribe on behalf of the family. They do need to step up. So the findings also revealed that female public officials, to be precise, were less likely to take bribes than their male counterparts, with 88.7% of the public officials who are male having received bribes, as compared to only 10.6% of their female counterparts. Does that mean women are less corrupt? I think it's something that we'll then discuss during the panel discussion. Go back to the previous slide, please. Previous. Yes, there. So the other issue is when interacting with public institutions, such as the police, health, you name it. What happens when women, for example, then report incidences of corruption? The study found out that only 19% of the people who were asked to pay a bribe actually did so in Nigeria, which is good. However, we found that more women face more consequences than men when asked to pay a bribe. So we found that, for example, more than half of the women who were interviewed, 51.7%, we experienced negative consequences after reporting a bribe or declining to pay a bribe, as compared to only 47% of the women. So in essence, women are most likely to face corruption, but at the same time, when they do report, the negative consequences are very high as compared to their male, or their issues are simply not followed up on by the relevant authorities. Which is why UNODC has also been partnering with the Police Complaints Response Unit to ensure that our reporting mechanisms within the police are gender sensitive. Because we believe with gender sensitive policing, we are opening more avenues to young women and girls to report their cases of corruption. In this instance, UNODC has been partnering with the CRU in 4 states. I will not go into the details of how many cases the CRU has received, but of note, we realize that it is encouraging that between Q2 and Q4 of 2023, more women seem to have reported cases of police misconduct as compared to men, which is something that is very good, right? So I think I'll leave it for the CRU to discuss why that could be so. So with that being said, there are also policy considerations that we as stakeholders can do to try to address the issue of gender and corruption. And one of the glaring issues that is missing in this space is reliable data in terms of what is currently happening. So we need data in terms of the impact of corruption, the types of corruption that women are facing, so that we develop targeted interventions at addressing the cause. So my job really was just to provide those snippets, which will form the basis of the panel discussion this afternoon. So I leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Muchaneta Filda Mundopa, the Head Justice, Integrity and Health Unit, UNODC, Nigeria. I'll be handing over the mic now to the moderator, Olumayowa Olaniyi, Clean Foundation, for your session.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everybody. My name is Olani Olumayo, and I represent Clean Foundation. I'm the Research and Strategy Development Officer for the foundation. Our job basically is into the area of public safety and security in Nigeria, working closely with the Nigerian Police Force and other very important institutions of government, Ministry of Justice, the Armed Forces, and all the rest. So our conversation this afternoon is going to be very interesting. I can promise you that. There are some very salient things that we'll try to push out, which peradventure, if there's anybody also in the audience that will have to, or that would like to ask a question, we'll try to factor that in so that we can also get a feeler from you about corruption and gender in Nigeria. So I'll start with CRU because I'm assuming, I might be wrong, but I'm assuming that there's a lot of us in the room who might not know what CRU is all about. So I would want to ask the CRU, please, can you tell us what the CRU is all about? What do you do? Maybe when you're done with that, we can expand our conversation a little bit to look at what we are actually discussing today.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm very whether you're contacted the police officer, whatever that police officer, just like are you satisfied with the services of the police officer? Those police officers to contact on the road, those police officers helping you to do the safety on the road, those police officers that you go to the police station and they will tell you that you have to pay money for social safety. Those police officers, I think that's the reason why the Nigerian police authority is paid and also to ensure that they give us the power to ensure that police officers who have been reported are punished according to the rules. How do you report to the CID? Naturally, if you are reporting a police officer, naturally, you will think that you will be blocked by other police officers to report police officers. Therefore, CIO has changed the dynamics. You report the police officer to your house, you can report the police officer. You use social media platforms where you can report police officers. We have WhatsApp, we have Facebook, we have Twitter, we have phone numbers that you can call to your bedroom, to your kitchen, where these things happen on the road. You can report directly to this plan. And this plan is the first problem. We have officers educated that control this line. They see complaints. Immediately these complaints are received, you'll be given a number which is automatically automated generated. We call it the tracking number. Every complaint you receive, you have a tracking number. The members of the public, if you want to get a feedback on your complaint, you just mention that tracking number. And you just go through the system and know exactly what happened to your complaint and how we are moving to the solution of that complaint. And this CRU, as a thing, as you've seen, is codified in the Nigerian Police Act Regulation 2020. Therefore, the CRU has come to say, it's not as if that if another administration of the police forms, the CRU will go, it will be there permanently. And presently,
In the Police Act Regulation, the CIE, the Inspector General of Police is mandated to establish these offices in the 36 states of the Federation and Abuja. And presently, we're working towards that. The recruited officers that will work in that CIE. The first set of officers were given induction course and they will soon start fully operational work in their various states of the Federation.
I think I need to cut in there. So I've been told that we really do not have much time. In as much as I would want us to discuss a lot about CRU and what CRU does, we need to also be very mindful of the time. So that takes me to the next question to you before I come to Dorothy, is to ask you, do you have a disaggregated data on complaints that you've received so far, for instance, in 2023? Do you have a disaggregated data that shows the number of complaints you receive from women as compared to the male counterparts? If you have, what was the major issue that was complained about by the women who called into your CRU?
Thank you very much. And let me just go to the second question because of the time factor, because of the patients we are having here. How many complaints have we received from female? I think that's the
Yes. Yes.
And in 2022, we received 79 complaints from women, while on the other side, we received 462 from men. But in 2003, because of various things that we put in place, the complaints from female has increased to 175, while that of women has rose to 1,164. This does not mean that these complaints, if you look at the number of misconduct of police officers towards women, towards members of the public, these numbers are very minimal. And the Nigerian Police Force has made clear to ensure that we give access to members of the public to really know about CRU. We're having a drive supported by the NABC, whereby we go to different we can say that we have a fiscal pilot state. After the pilot state and the Inspector General of Police directive of every command state by the CRU, we're going to distribute the numbers. We're going to do outreach to members of the public. We need to know these numbers. We need to use platform whereby we can present the complaints. This is summary. And some of the complaints we receive from female and also from the male. What are the type of complaints? I think that's the last question you asked me. What type of complaints do we receive from women? And the answer is simple. The most important one, I think, I don't need to say, what of you can get that? It's extortion. You have to give 20 naira before you are attempted. You have to, if you don't have the complete documentation, very good documentation, you have to take this to the part. Extortion has the highest number of 30% out of these complaints from extortion. And we have abuse of power, that's got about 21%. We have inaction. A woman who goes to the police station, reports the case, and the CIO and the counter will go to the solicitor, go away that the family issue, when you come to this case, you have first complaint, and that complaint gets about 17% from the statistics of last year. We have demanding money for bail, demanding money for mail, there goes about 15% out of this, and so on and so on. These are the aggregates of the percentage complaints we received last year from female.
I'll come back to you maybe just to round up, maybe 30 seconds or so. Let me quickly come to Dorothy. When UNODC was presenting the data that they brought back from the field, I think the closest thing, I look at the slide, and I think the closest thing to what I have in mind, I will ask you, that UNODC actually pushed for was incivility. We've spoken a lot about corruption and how it interplays with gender. But there's one that I think is missing, and I want you to elaborate on it. In doing that, I want you to also touch a bit on what you do as an organization, right? So that we can also educate our listeners. Is what has sextortion got to do with gender? From what you do, from the work that you do, how prevalent is it?
All right, thank you.
I work with the Dorothy Njemaze Foundation. It is a survivor-run organization that renders round-the-clock support services to survivors of sexual and gender-based violence online and offline. Now, the scope of based violence is largely underestimated, and the manifestations. The patriarchal normative practices also is very limiting for women. So many times women are expected to have a voice when the last man in the room or on the street is tired of having a voice. And for that reason, there's a lot of aggression towards women. I had to lay this foundation to let a lot of people understand certain things. So if you live in a situation that constantly fights against you, it means that access to justice is a thing that you want to continue doing. Now, my biggest interplay with the CRU, the PCRU, was on the Fairer Force project. And so in the statistics you gave for 2022 and 2023, I believe I'm one of the people that, contributed to that. But the question is not about contributing to that. The question is, did I get justice? Did I get response? And in all honesty, no. For some of them, I didn't get feedback. Is it a fantastic thing that we are able to even track that there are certain things done? Fantastic. It is a step in the right direction, but the gaps that need to be plugged are important to cover. Now, in the Dorothy Njemaze Foundation, access to data there's a lot of data domiciled there that is not being used. The people who are harvesting our data are not giving us credit, but please, we welcome, the partnership to look more critically into it. A lot of situations that come to us, a lot of people will think it is the gender unit that will take responsibility, but it is not only gender units that is affected, that women interface with in the Nigerian police force. So we drive on the roads, we see all sorts of things. And so every time we reach out, and it's unfortunate that we're using only the police force to represent law enforcement here. There is serious duplicity in the law enforcement roles. Unfortunately, the police gets to take the fall for a lot of other agencies, but it's a good place if we can use the police force as a model, then a great thing. One of the things that a lot of people do, especially with this Fairer Force project that we saw, was that sex is constantly demanded from women at different levels for women to be able to, get to the next place. So in consideration of the money you're going to get, your feeding money that you're going to get from your perpetrator husband or boyfriend, you may not be permitted to, access the nearest police station to you. That is a barrier. And then when you get to the place, we have had issues where sex was demanded from women at police stations to be able to open file. We've had situations, in fact, in this room is somebody who a police officer is currently not responding to because the person wants to push a relationship with. And these people lose faith in the justice systems very often. As long as the nearest, every woman in your village does not have confidence in the systems that are designed to protect them, then, the society is failing. The society keeps failing people. It means that the level of condoning or supporting perpetrators of violence keeps increasing. We need to have more people as allies, and that is the importance of the systems you have set up. But the next thing is, how do we engage the system? How accessible are the systems? For those who are not online, how can they reach your office without the fear of, that thing that happens at the police station, when you get there, who you can't see, drop your phone, all those kind of things. Those are the physical things that, limit access to, in the access to justice journey for survivors of sexual and gender-based violence. So this is me speaking, not just as a human being, but as a practical user of your service and a partner in progress to ensure that the systems work. Thank you.
I think this is very interesting. It's not a debate, but it's good that we have the end user of a particular product and the manufacturer of that same product play the devil's advocate here. It's going to be a very challenging issue for me to want to lodge complaint at CRU. And then I have to remember that I'm coming to Force headquarters to come and lodge my complaints. It's a setback in itself that I will have to go through all the checks. I will think about that like 3 or 4 times before I decide that I want to go there, or else I will just run away. So I think accessibility stands out for me in what Dorothy just mentioned. And of course, unfortunately, this particular panel is supposed to be extended beyond this, but we didn't get response from the gender unit of the MPF. It would have been so nice for the gender unit to speak to some of the issues that Dorothy just raised, but maybe another time, right? Let me quickly go to UNODC. Thank you again for that beautiful presentation, but I have just a question for you. And I think CSP Mustafa mentioned, or just mentioned this in passing, but I want to direct it to you. Your finding shows that the reportage from the female is very low, right? 2 things. 1, what do you think is responsible for that? Don't let us go by assumption. Let's go by the science, the data that you got from the field. What do you think is responsible for that? And then how do you think we can navigate ourselves around that? How do we solve it? If reportage is very low, how do we navigate? How do we solve it? Those would be my 2 questions for you.
And they're only saying you cannot claim that if it's not your right. And way to report. So the question is how we make our what's the well on the part, right? And to touch on that, we have partnered with CRU strategy, which will go for the 4 different topics, right? But our I get kind of and each other issue is how to take our that I feel like what I'm saying one now going to be the help. And if you want to put a case of the question, you might so how do we ensure that our reporting mechanism is a variety? And not only that, what is it that protect, right? Issue of procedural protection, victim protection, all the things we so that we get something to I mean, because the discussion.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I believe the president is listening, so that if it's a note that needs to be passed to the IGP, and then we'll surely get that. Again, to also mention that Clean Foundation supported the gender unit of the MPF to set up gender desk. The establishment of the gender unit itself, and of course the desk. But it's a pity. We conducted a research, I think like 2 years ago, that we wanted to understand the usage of the desk. We saw that the number that came from that research was very poor, very, very poor. And most of them that were even handling the desk does not know anything about the desk they're actually handling. So I think some of this contributes to the challenges that we have about reporting. I think we are far deep into the time that was given to us. So let me just ask the last question round. Also, so that it doesn't seem as if I forgot. You mentioned that somebody in the room who a police officer is making undue advances to. Yeah. So so that we can take that up now.
I intend to follow up with it.
Okay, you intend to follow up. And so we solve that problem right here now. All right, thank you. So my last question to you is going to be, what do you hope to see? Not just with the police. I know that your work cuts across MPF, maybe Ministry of Women Affairs. So what do you hope to see?
All right. For the Sustainable Development Goals to be achieved in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that notion that investment in SGBV is not sexy needs to be killed. It is linked to every facet of life. It's linked to how families are formed, how children are raised, how we interact in our religious places, if we are religious, how we interact in wherever we go if we are not religious, how we assess resources for business, how we participate in politics. It's linked to every facet of life. What happens when we die? You know, the afterlife decisions amongst all of that. So it's linked to everything. So it's a call to action for everybody to rethink what to do to support response to sexual and gender-based violence. Now, the CRU can have partnerships. So DNF runs 2 facilities, the Survivor Support Center and a shelter. So with the Survivor Support Center, people come in every day to report all sorts of cases. Now, since after the COSA case, some people came in and said, we just come in to report so that in years to come, when we finally have money to take action, somebody will not say, who did you tell? Right? So for activities, a neutral place that you can have people go to report things, knowing that we have officers on ground and a healthy relationship, we are partners in progress, would be the DNF Survivor Support Center. There's so many other organizations, that function like us, that survivors trust at community level. So if the funding mechanisms can locate community-based neutral places where trust is domiciled, then the work of the police is a lot easier to achieve, because nothing about us without us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dorothy. To you, sir, I think we would want to know the mechanisms available for us to lodge complaints, if it's X or Twitter, Facebook, whatever, if it's a phone line that we can call. Please, we want you to tell us.
The next question you're asking about, I got that because all these young people around me to have this contact so that at least if they have problems, they can contact with their friends or just for you to be advocate of CRU anywhere you may find yourself in Nigeria. The phone number is just simple to memorize. It's 08057. Then you have 0005 times 501. I'll repeat the number again, 08057 0000 into 5 places, then 1. And you can remove the 1 and put 2. The 2 lines are for calls, SMS and WhatsApp. You remove 1 and 2 and put 3. That's for SMS and WhatsApp. Twitter, we have, they still call it Twitter?
They call it X.
They call it X. As police NG_CRU. Facebook at police NG_CRU. And all these things organizing some of these events, and I have learned something today. Maybe all of you may not have observed it or observed it. Among all the people that stood up to speak there are men and women that stood up to speak. All the women came prepared. All of them have speeches. All the men were taken off ahead, and therefore, I'm sorry, we are not coordinated as the women were coordinated.
Interesting. Thank you so much. To UNODC. My question is going to be based on what you did, and it's to ask, are you planning any research or is it ongoing? And what should be the highlights that we should expect?
The 2019 correction survey, we are currently in the process of finalizing the third correction survey.
issues to expect around budget, so that's being put in place. And then also as a follow-up, because we say we also want to develop targeted interventions. After analyzing the data, which is going to come from the correction survey, we also plan on having the third edition of the gender and correction survey. So that we analyze those results from the gender perspective and develop the interventions.
All right, thank you so much. Just to round it up from here, is to quickly highlight again that some of the key things that came out from this conversation this afternoon is that accessibility is one key issue that we need to deal with as it concerns complaint mechanisms of the MPF. Let me also quickly use this opportunity to also clarify something. For the numbers that CSP Mustafa just gave us, and for those Twitter handle and all the rest, they are basically to report complaints against police personnel. If you have any police officer who is demanding anything from you, please, you can reach out to those numbers. The other avenues for maybe the gender, unfortunately, the gender unit is not here again. We would have given you that one, but since they are not available, we won't be able to give you that. But for anything that has to do with abuse of power by police personnel, please don't hesitate to reach out to him. Of course, again, one of the things that we saw, especially from Dorothy's submission, is that partnership is key. And we want to encourage CRU to look into that. And then a neutral ground of trust where people can feel free and feel safe to complain, not just on the internet. She has also mentioned the woman who might not be able to use some of the technologies that we use. How do they have access to the same justice that people who use technology are getting, right? So I think that's the takeaway for me on this particular panel. So we want to most sincerely appreciate all of us who have listened keenly to this conversation. And we hope that you are able to use CRU well enough so that if peradventure this kind of event is going to come up next year, we'll have a better data to present to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much once again. Please, let's give them a round of applause. Please don't go. Photo session, please. We're going to take photo before we leave. Meanwhile, please, I'd like to quickly clarify that this session was supposed to have the gender CSO representative here with them, but they couldn't make it. The AIG gender unit, responded, but has an urgent matter to attend to. That's why they're unable to be here. So please pardon the AIG gender unit. All right, let's move on to the next agenda. Okay, I believe that everyone is still, active. Initially, someone asked me, I said, what's happening? Is your percentage dropping? And I was like, well, more likely it's, I'm human, isn't it? So let me feel that we're still here. Women, remember what they said, we say power. So women, okay, I want to feel if we're still here. Are we still together? What's your percentage on now? Is it 30, 60, 80? Let me see. Women, I think that's 15. What's happening? Women, more like it. Don't worry. Like we promised earlier on, we're not going to take much of our time, and I can see that we're drawing, to the end of the program. But that's not all, because we have another session coming right up. So let me call on the keynote address speaker in person of my very own sister. She's been doing a lot for me, like going up and down. I really have to appreciate her. Thank you so much for helping me. I'm talking about Right Honorable Azizat Isho. She's the first female speaker, Nigerian Youth Parliament. Please, let's put our hands together for her. As you can see, she's still wearing the smile. She's not, as, tired as I am, should I put it that way? And I was like, what did you eat? What did you take? Really? You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. I had prepared a speech today, and thank you very much, moderator, for our MC for helping me to ginger the house as well. So we say women, okay, copper Corporal win. Thank you so much, everybody. I still appreciate the amount of energy that we're about to, they were still putting up for this program. And for me, I had a long speech, but I don't want to read speech again. I think we are through with speech session. And for me, I'm really excited about the next panel to come up. And what I'm most particular about is highlighting some of my experience as a young woman who is trying to also compete in the leadership position. So I've always been, very outspoken. I guess you can say that. So over time, and also I am the firstborn in my family. I have 3 other siblings. So by that, I was responsible for a lot of things. I remember having to wash my dad's car. I wear the hijab, and you can imagine me trying to wash our father's car. So I will climb on the car and stay on top and then wash it. In our compound, that the gate is in the view of everybody. I remember a time our kitchen basin was clogged, and then, everybody is struggling. So that time, money no day. I remember climbing the AC, what's that thing outside the AC? Yeah? So we live upstairs. I remember climbing the AC, climb the ladder, climb whatever, and then to open the pipe from the outside to release whatever we had. Do you understand? So that, because we didn't have money to get a plumber at that time, and my parents were working, they were civil servants. So those are one of those things that I realized about myself, that look, nobody's going to do it. You understand what I'm trying to say? And our last one, that is a guy, that one is the apple of everybody's eyes, including what? My eyes. So as a young girl, as an elder sister to 2 beautiful young siblings at that time, I had to take responsibility. I had to make decisions in the absence of our dad. I had to cook food. And then growing up, I then realized that I was much interested in the things that are around me. And then, my understanding of what leadership is, what responsibility is, what service is, begin to form. And I think one of the things that worked for me was because I was privileged. I use the word privilege because this is something that is not available everywhere for young women, to be in a community or an environment that is less, hostile. You understand what I'm saying, to young women. And when I say hostile, I mean in all entirety. So I'm a medical doctor. So, doctor, all of us now, iwe. So even my male counterpart go on a book. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So a lot of the debate, a lot of the conversation was more or less in that than what we normally have in the youth space or in the student space right now for young people. So I think I graduated from there. I became the speaker of my university's campus senate, so the first female as well. And then, I went on to become a member of the state youth parliament for Lagos State. And then I came, and then I said, well, I'm going to be in politics. I'm interested in politics. That's a total different story. But then my interest in politics was because of my empathy. And then this is my passion for what? For effectiveness and result. I'm a doctor. I know what is wrong with my patient. I can provide solution. My patient doesn't have the money to do the test, to buy the drugs. Then what do? I'm going to see you every 2 weeks. I'm sorry, ma, I could not do it. What can you do for me? I know at that point in time, it is no longer my fault. It's not because I'm not skilled, but someone is in charge of making certain services available in the hospital. Somebody is in charge of, health insurance. Governors is in charge of making some of these things happen for women, especially pregnant women. But to cut the long story short, I decided, okay, please let me know when I'm off time, that, okay, I wanted to gain some experience in leadership. And so I jumped on to be campaigning for the Speaker of the Nigerian Youth Parliament. Oh, no, that's a different thing. I used to challenge people that, as I had the same experience, someone who is campaigning to be the governor, or even the president of Nigeria. Because for the first time in my life, I traveled across 22 states to convince just 3 people in each state to vote for me. So I had to go and meet them and tell them, please vote for, on top what? Just to be on this platform as well. But it was really a very impactful experience for me. And it highlighted some of the things that I think that is important, especially in our community, in government practices, when we are trying to beef up the capacity of women to lead. So it is important. Leadership should not just be by rote. Because this person is vocal, automatically that person is what? Is a leader. So we're looking at thought leadership. What are the process? What are the institutions that we ensure that what young persons, young women have the capacity right from the onset to be leaders, to be able to facilitate results and articulate their what? Their objection or their opinion about a certain thing. And then secondly, the other thing that also makes me realize is that what leaders can have different personality. So it's not only the fact that someone is reserved, which we see in most women, does not mean that they cannot take effective decision, does not mean that they cannot solve problems, does not mean that they don't have the intellectual capacity or even the people skills to engage, negotiate, and lobby, as the case might be. So it is important that we find out what is important for young women to build their capacity to lead. So at this point, I'm really looking forward to the panel session for my colleagues as well to share their experience in the youth leadership and students atmosphere or environment. On that note, thank you so much for listening. Time.
Please let's give her another beautiful round of applause. See what I was talking about earlier. Energy. Well, thank you so much, Right Honorable Azizat Ishewu, the first female speaker in Nigerian Youth Parliament. All right, for this next session, they will be examining young women's leadership in youth and student movements, okay? So let me start with the first person on my list here. I have Titilope Anifowoshe. Please can we give her a beautiful round of applause? There she is. Okay. Okay. All right. So apparently she's here. She wanted to, escape the panel, but no, we had to drag. We told you that energy, of course. So please let's give her another beautiful round of applause. Right Honorable Azizat Ishewu is here with us. We also have Rukayat Kamaldeen, the ex-VP SCG Ondo State College of Health Technology. There she is. On the list is Rachel Wuse Tiona, Speaker, Benue Youth Parliament. Ms. Rachel, I hope I called your name correctly. We also have Rabi Usman, President, Law Students Association, Nasarawa State University, Kefi. She's here. And we have Comrade Munirat Muhammad, SCG President, FCT College of Education, Zuba. All right. And then our moderator for this session, examining young women's leadership in youth and students movement, it is no other than Rukayat Kamaldeen, the ex-VP, SUG Ondo State College of Health Technology. Please give them another beautiful round of applause.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am as nervous as you are, but I hope that at the end of this section, all your bothering questions will be answered. Also, we will be taking questions. So kindly take your pen and put down your questions as we proceed. Thank you so much. My name is Kamaldeen Rukayat Moromoke. I serve as the Student Union Vice President of the State College of Health Technology, Accra, 2018-2019. I participated actively in student unionism before fully joining mainstream politics. I am going to be the moderator for this section, and it is a great honor to be able to moderate this beautiful segment of this conference. I would like to sincerely appreciate my leader and mentor, Honorable Nisola Abiola, for this invitation. And also, I am very privileged to be under her tutelage, and I'm also grateful. I'm specifically grateful for how well she's doing, what she's doing to project young women in politics. Briefly, I would like to introduce our panelists for this section. Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Titi Lokwe Anifo. I was, I think, 7 years ago, I served as the vice president of University of Ilorin Student Union. Subsequently, I contested to be president of University of Ilorin Student Union, but I lost. But today, I'm here still actively involved in female advocacy, and I am the founder of Eagles Foundation for Humanity. Thank you.
Okay, hello everybody. My name is Azizat, and I like to say this. I'm the outgoing speaker of the Nigerian Youth Parliament. I'm an advocate for youth in governance, and I'm a lovely person, I think.
Thank you so much. So back to the business of the day. We'll be examining young women's leadership in youth and students movement. And our keynote speaker, Right Honorable Azizat Ishao, have done well. Really gave a brilliant submission. So, Right Honorable Speaker, so how can female students participate in student unionism without it affecting their primary assignment and morality?
Okay, so I'm always a practical person because I like to share experiences. And experience for people is always, can be a little bit different. It doesn't have to be exactly the same. So to ask that question, I think that one would always encourage you to find balance and find mentorship. Especially if you're a young lady and you are in school, especially if you are studying some professional courses or any form of courses, people will try to tell you that, why are you stressing yourself? That's the word that I hear. As a woman, you're not supposed to stress yourself. As if leadership is supposed to be like, one great task like that, is only left for physical strength. So I think for me, what I would suggest is to always find balance, give adequate time. You understand? Not necessarily full time. So for me, when I was in school, I was not the most brilliant. I can tell you that. In fact, everybody knows me as a politician. I was voted the politician of the class during my set. And I did very well, I never repeated. In fact, I created a form of history because usually in school, the president or the speaker would always repeat a course. I was the first person in 2018. I did not repeat any course. I just got my 60, 58. And I had colleagues too that were very, 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 very brilliant and were doing other things. So for me, what I would say is to give adequate time. So adequate time means what is your goal for education? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Give adequate time. Always try to distinct yourself. Running for politics or being leadership position, if you do it very well, is an asset. Each time I submit my CV, I put it there that I've occupied this position, because when you occupy that position, what it means is that you have leadership skills, communication skills, problem-solving skills, which are the skills of now and the future. So even if you were the president of an association and they want to even, employ you at World Bank, they are probably looking at a future president of World Bank because you already have that experience. So try to balance. And if you're not getting it right, then seek mentorship, seek advice so that you can always navigate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ambassador Titi Lope Anifo, this is for you. So there is money politics on campuses and the effects on aspiring female comrades, because female students cannot afford the money their male counterparts paid, they can't afford that money. So they resort to exchanging their body, for to get a political patronage. So how can you mitigate the effects of this scourge?
Thank you very much. We hear stories like this a lot. At the same time, we've also seen instances where there have been exceptions. For example, in 2014, I contested for vice president of Unilorin. At that time, you know that Faculty of Law is usually the least populated faculty across universities. And I was contesting against people in Faculty of Education, Sciences, Engineering, and what have you. You know that's a big and Herculean task here. So, of course, there are instances where people play money politics. But at the same time, you and I can attest to the fact that student politics is one of the most sophisticated. Most sophisticated in the sense that in the outside world, yeah, there is still a prevalence of stomach infrastructure. But within the campus, there is still a huge population of students who want to know what you want to do differently. So females can chart a different path beyond selling themselves to these godfathers by playing these political godfathers within the campuses. How do you play these political godfathers? By standing out, by ensuring that your candidacy is not based on you being a female, but your candidacy is based on your capacity and your ability to get to the people. Because the first question is, who are these godfathers who they want to sell their bodies to? And what role do these godfathers play? These godfathers are supposedly the gatekeepers between the aspirant and the students. So how about you kickstart your popularity from amongst the students? It has worked for me and it has worked for so many people over and beyond, because back then when I was in school, when I was in Kwara, I was core PDP, I was anti-Saraki family. And so if you're anti-Saraki family, it will definitely come against you, even within the campus. I was anti-Saraki family. I wasn't from Ilorin. I was contesting from Faculty of Law, but I won my elections with over 2,000 votes. Not because I'm an Omani for worship, but because we identified that we needed to get to the people before the political father got to the people. And of course, if you know Kwara very well, my name is Titi Lope Anifoshe. Of course, I'm a Muslim, but I prefer to be called Titi Lope, not by my Muslim name. So there's already a presumption that I'm a Christian. But even with all of those propaganda and everything, we still won the election because we played them by getting to the people before them. So I believe that you do not need to sell your body if you stand out. Also, there's another way we can go about it. When we females come together, there's something I did before I left University of Ilorin. Today, in the Constitution of University of Ilorin, there is a compulsory seat. So in every faculty for the Student Union Senate Council, there is one special seat for females across all the faculties. So we pushed for a constitutional amendment. So even though people could not emphasize what we were trying to do at that time, but by the time we left, we were able to do what? Populate the Senate Council with more females. So when you want to do your political permutations, you can do what? Now align with people who understand you and who can permeate the system. So one, stand on your capacity. Two, learn about the powers of the laws and policies so that you can collaborate and not compete. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that brilliant solution. Comrade Rachel, so this for you. Why is it that in student movements, female students tend to, have their own union, form a union, an association of their own? Why? Comrade Usman Rabi, how can we support more young women to break barriers within male-dominated youth spaces?
Actually advocate for these women. They can teach these women the experience they have to deal with, because one of the things that is affecting the fact that they don't have to, and many of these women actually want to find out that they don't have somebody that can show them how they can take where they are. For example, in my faculty, basically the men they believe that the women cannot actually, which is why I was expecting wow, because my faculty they don't believe the women leadership, which is why when I came out for the president, it was as if I was going on the post. So suddenly, like 3 days, I feel that it brought out one guy from my class come out from explain. So before you know it, you have to divided like woman and see the fact that my vice president right down in what I was also a thing. They say they will not allow the women to do them in the faculty. And we say we must do them because as it is, like if you go to my faculty, you see that the president and the vice president are both in this event. One among the top positions who be allowed to say because these are actually because we actually allow them to a director of welfare, director of social, like 6 women are participating in my faculty, which is first of its kind. It has never happened before in my faculty, where you have a female president, female president, or female vice president, and we will continue to do this.
Wow. Thank you so much for the wonderful solution. Ambassador Titilope Anifoshe, is it for you? So, as a successful youth and young women with a great track record, I believe you didn't achieve this in a day. I mean, it is a long process which requires a lot of effort. So, can you share with us your, the challenges you faced, probably you experienced in the course of the journey, and recommendations on how to enhance female representation and participation in the youth and student movement?
Okay, thank you. I like the fact that you're calling me an ambassador. Maybe I'll be one soon. Well, I don't see myself as successful. But alhamdulillah, ala kulli hal, I'm on my way to being successful. What are the challenges I've faced? Well, okay, let me talk about the good part before talking about the challenges. I think I'm privileged because I have a family who allows me to practicalize the best things ever. So my parents allow me to, do the things that I want to do. first. Secondly, I think we need to give it to Kwara State. Kwara State is I think Kwara State is number one when it comes to youth inclusion. Kwara State is Ilubire, because right now in Kwara, we have the youngest House of Assembly member. We have one of the youngest commissioners as well. We have plethora. I did not say a number. We have plethora of special assistants and special advisors to the governor who are young people. And of course, they are females as well. So Kwara is a state where you can be whatever you want to be, irrespective of your gender. That's assertively I'm saying. So I owe a lot of my success to the people from Kwara. So sometimes when I want to make some decisions, when I think about the fact that Kwarans are behind me, I'm definitely not going to be scared about it. So how did I arrive at that point where I think if I want to do something, I can count on the support of my people? I think it comes from integrity. It comes from the fact that people can beat their chest over and over that this person is going to deliver. A lot of us do not understand, a lot of young people do not understand that when we take those positions as little as class rep, because I started as class rep of common law in 2011. From there, my classmates begged me to contest for SRC. And whilst we were in the Senate Council, everyone were already calling me the vice president. You know, so it's just, I think it's a story of a track record of trust, that people can trust that you can do this. Now, times over again, a lot of things has happened to me. For example, I probably am about to miss my flight at the airport, and somebody from University of Ilorin is there to rescue me. Or I got to NYC camp, I was late, I got to the camp on Friday when we were supposed to resume on Tuesday, and then I was supposed to do frog jump, and then people from University of Ilorin were there to carry my stuffs, and they were, you know, speaking to the soldiers on my behalf. So it's not because I'm not the most beautiful person in the hall, but it's because over and over again, people who have interacted with me have been able to see something that I probably may not see. But I know as a fact that it's because I had never let them down. And that has continued to help me during my journey. So what are the challenges? I think my first challenge is, at the inception, I never really had someone who could help me to redirect my steps when I was going the wrong way. You know, as a female, we tend to find it difficult to discern between being rigid and being assertive. So because you're surrounded by so many people that you want to prove a point to, you tend to now, you know, go overboard. So I think my first mistake as a leader, as a student leader, was not learning when to make compromise, not learning when to be flexible. It was just I later consider kind of thing. So that's number one. Number two is the fact that again, we didn't see so many people we could look up to. Yeah. So as a young person, and I experience it a lot, even with people who are coming up, as young people who want to aspire, you see people on TV, you really want to be like them. You have so many questions to ask them, but you do not know how to reach them. And that's why we need to applaud Honorable Risola Abiola for what she's been doing times over again. I met her for the first time when I was in 400 level. And ever since then, like, okay, I've been a fan. Let me not digress into all that. That's number two. Number three challenge that I think I faced is not learning early the power of financial independence. Today, I can make decisions I want to make, not because I am now balling, but because I'm close to getting to where I will ball. But now I understand the power of financial independence. Because see, whatever it is you want to be, if I write an article today, and I want to highlight an issue in Kwara State. Sorry, I've been saying so much of Kwara, yeah. All I need to do is to pay the journalists to ensure that they publish the news and let it get so far. I remember just 2 months ago, I wrote an article and I got 8 rejoinders from Kwara PDP. 8. And I was so excited about it. Why? Because I made my point known. So I don't hold any political position right now, and I don't intend to hold any political position right now, but I really want to focus on my business such that I'll be able to make decisions. I'll be able to press as many necks as I can press because it is what I want to do. So please, financial independence is very key. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Right Honorable. As a medical doctor, you know that medicine is a broad on its own. And from all indications, being the youth, Speaker of the Youth Parliament, you didn't start from the peak. Probably started from the scratch, which is from the grassroots, the institution. Being a medical student, then how were you able to cope? The studies, the education aspects, and the humanist aspects, because I know that you were very vibrant on campus. You don't need to tell. When you say a comrade, you know that. So what are the challenges? Would you mind to share your challenges that you face? Then probably your recommendations for our young women on how to improve their participation and representation.
Okay, so I will just add to the question that you've asked. I'll start with recommendation because I'm always someone that's always focused on how system, community, governance can improve, the inclusion of women, because part of the objective of this program, of course, is to be able to extract what we think government, people like our SSA can do to improve the participation of young women, especially in youth-led and student body as well. So I think for me, part of the recommendation that I'll have is, a form of incentive, in student platform or youth platform, especially the conventional ones that we have, to create spaces for young women to either compete for, specific positions that are tangible to the overall leadership of the school or of the platform, as the case might be. We could also, part of the incentive, especially from development partners, just like the way we are creating separate programs to improve the economic capacity of young women, we should also see how we can, as a system, so whether from development partners or the government, can organize or have platforms specifically to build up the capacity of young women to be leaders, the way you would have, a 1-year incubation program. I've had the opportunity to have some of those training, especially from the US Embassy and some of their exchange program as well. They're always specific about getting young women on board. And I think that the government itself could also do that, and then also give incentives to this platform to ensure that these spaces are viable for young women. And then generally, send a strong message to some of the activities that surround youth activities that make it unviable for women. You only see women in places where the right things are being done. And I say it, where there's progress, where there's peace, where there's development, where there's growth. That is where you see women. You don't see women in where there's, extreme corruption, hard cases, extreme violence. You will not see women in there. So any of those activities that surround youth platform or youth, student platform as well, I think that the government or authorities involved should, send a strong message. So when we're talking about elections and we're talking about, use of arms and some of those things like that, so a direct message should be sent, when such platform involved in that. So for me, this is sometimes you reframe these questions. My challenges are, while I was going through this as well. So I think one of the most important thing that was a challenge for me then was that a lot of people felt that, why are you doing this? So it's like I say, leadership, politics were meant for, hooligans, people that don't have direction, but you are a doctor, you're brilliant. So you should just, why do you want to, start rubbing chest with, aluta? You understand? And I did a lot of aluta, even in my hijab. I knew then in LASU, I had some sisters, Muslim organizations that I said, please hold your peace, as the case might be, astaghfirullah. So, and I remember then when we were in LASU, that was when they increased this school fees, for, the governor then was trying to increase the school fees, and then there was a lot of protests. I went to, we did a lot of protests. We were very vocal about some of those things as well. So, like I said, the one challenge that I faced throughout was what the expectation of those around me, community people around me, because there's this tag to a student movement. But nobody doubted my capacity, my intellectual capacity, because that's already reflected in some of the things that I'm able to do myself. So for me, the challenge was that for some young women that I've also that I have to mentor, some of those challenges was inbuilt. I would say this because, in Southwest, you understand what I'm saying. I stand to be corrected. Some of those challenges is not so much like more like a cultural or an impending, no for women. You understand? So it's more silent, those restrictions as, oh, why are you going to do that? People with good morals don't, engage in policy. So it's not about conversation that you will not be able to achieve this, because you are doing this, or this is what you'll be exposed to. Then secondly, I think what worked for me, and I think Titi already mentioned that, was the financial capacity. And I say this as a matter of fact, as young women, if we are going for any political, any position, any leadership position, I'm not saying that you go and amass wealth to yourself or be, engage in corruption so that you can divert resources to yourself because you want to run for election. But you must be able to map out what facilitating resources means for you. If you are going to run for election, you have to campaign, and that would require that you do something. So if you know that you're going to have your posters all around school, do you understand what I'm saying? Will you start now? What are you supposed to do to facilitate? So it might not be directly your money. Do you have people that will support you? Are you thinking about raising your funds? Now that we even have different electronic platform, will you be raising your funds? You have a lot of organizations, United Nations, different organizations that will always, focus to encouraging women as well. Do you want to do a video? Do you want to do a video, advert to say, okay, this is what I'm going to give to you as well. So you need to be able to map out resources for your what? For your engagement. And when you are able to articulate your impact, then you start finding people that can support you. So you might not necessarily have huge money. I remember when I became the Speaker of the Parliament. So the Parliament is also at some level the same power with National Association of Nigerian Students, NYCN, Youth Assembly. And somebody was like, Mr. Speaker, where is your car? Where is your entourage? And then I'm like, what car? My car, I have a car. I have a duplex in Lagos. I'm not freaked by that. That is not the reason why I'm the Speaker of the Parliament. But that is some of those things that, is on the mind, so that you can say we have arrived. So that when a young person, a leader in service comes here, everywhere, of us scatter. You understand? Because a young person is trying to be, to occupy a space. So you need to know how to facilitate resources. That is the truth. And then, like I mentioned it before, mentorship is very, very important. You understand? Especially for people who are trying to find themselves. So wherever you are, find somebody that you look up to. Read books, as the case might be, because the challenges might be different. If you are coming from the northern region, after being the Speaker of the Parliament, I had some exposure in the northern region. And I realized that I'm a model. I've become some sort of model to some of my sisters up north about their capacity to dress the way I dress and still be in this particular position. So I think I've been able to highlight some of those things. Thank you.
Justice to the topic. Rachel, in 30 seconds, just 30 seconds. Can you just share with us, recommendations on how to enhance young women participation and representation in youth and student?
They might not open the door for you the first time, but definitely that was that not working. And now this is the president of you know, I wrote to him and said, no, because he knows that I always have to put that fire. Who does when they use sometimes they use have a great presentation. But there's a point, there's a time there was a meeting with the governor. That's the first time I got to feel the office. So this guy, they got to tell people, they're not really they were older. And then he called me to the table. And the governor had to ask them, where is the point of the they use like you the number one, you one thing and you want to they give you the but it's not like that. But now if you ask me
Thank you so much. Comrade Rabi Usman. In 30 seconds, please. Please give us recommendations, our young women recommendations on how to improve and enhance young women participation and representation in the youth and student movement.
But I thought we have it something
You emerged.
And only here a sort of encouragement for young women who are who are aspiring to anything. You can actually do anything that you set yourself to be. Don't allow any man to make you think less of yourself. You can do what the man can do, and you can even do it better. And assuming you also have done 2 programs which have never happened in my faculty before. The first one was legal year, legal profession, and the second one was door-to-door outreach, where I met my Lord and I both off and on campus. So these are things that we could actually do, and when
others, maybe they will also speak for us because now the men that will come after you will have to do the opening of legal year too and closing of legal year. I've set a system for it. And that's what I always do. And anywhere I go, I try to do what no one has actually done before.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was a well-detailed submission from our speaker. Thank you so much. So now we'll be opening the floor for just 2 questions from the audience, please. 2 questions. We don't have much time. If you know you have a question, kindly stand up and ask your question now from 2 people. Not take more than that. Okay.
Show of hands, please. Questions? All
There's one
right.
question. Please ask your question.
Okay, I think we have someone. Let's see.
Good day. I'm Iman. So I would have loved for a lady to speak first, so it could be ladies first. Well, okay, then let me do ladies first.
Good afternoon. My name is Veronica, and I have a question regarding what, the lady in blue said. She kept emphasizing strategizing, like before she got anything done, she had to strategize. I just want you to go into detail a bit about what kind of strategy, the lady in yellow, what kind of strategy you use, that's especially since you're not an indigene. And you mentioned that challenge. What kind of strategy? Because I don't really know much about politics, but I'm interested in seasoned leadership.
So when I got to learn that no woman has ever been elected as president, although there was appointed president based on merit, she was appointed, but then the lady contested for me and she got the election. Seeing that this lady is somewhat of timber and caliber, like I was surprised at how she lost the election, but then I was in 100 and 200 level. So then I now went back and I know. So what I did was that if you ask me, I'm actually a nice person, but I became overly nice. I became overly nice because I knew what I was looking for and I know the challenge that I have in store in the future. So I lied with it. So this meant now, what the strategy I used was not letting my enemies know my view. Because once they know that you're coming out for any position, the next thing they will do is to be bringing out propaganda, like they always do against you. Because I remember very well when my vice president was coming out, she contested with 2 men. So even while we were having our manifesto, someone came in there and was like, see that the female, not like they let me go on the post, it's not that my opponent was disqualified, but he was not asking me that, seeing that a female is on the post, why can't the lady drop down for the vice president and let 2 men go? So the lady there and then shouted, no, what kind of thing? That was when I was not like, oh, this is what we are planning. They now came to me and was like, me, I should make sure I endorse a male candidate. That I should pick one from those male candidates. I should let go of Rashida. Otherwise, they will not do it. And I said, so we have been planning this ever since that God will not allow my enemies to have a video because plenty persons were waiting because from the beginning to say, this Raji said she used to feel that initially when I came to the school, this lady used to be like, always dressing fine. Let's see what she can offer. They then realized that in my class, I'm actually the one topping the class. Then they had nothing to talk about. Then now going to leadership, they said that's where we break our legs. But then I actually showed them which I did, so I knew what I was doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The second question, please. Second question, please.
Okay, so good day. My question is thrown to the entire floor, so any one of the speakers could answer. So first of all, I would want to thank Renu for this conference because it's one of the issues we have in contemporary society. We talk about gender equality all of the time, and what most of us don't understand is the equity that plays between both genders, because it's different from giving equal opportunities to both genders, and it's also different from giving same level of opportunities, because there's a pretty big difference between equality and equity. Now, for the ladies, now I just want the people, because I'm a male, and I also want to thank Ms. Tituloke, because I'm alumnus of University of Ilorin, and I know a very personal lady. The first lady who contested for SUG president in University of Ilorin is my immediate junior, Dushima, and she was a mentor. So she did not just come here to just speak grammar. This is a physical attestation to the work she's done. So I do not even know her. I just know her from Dushima's status. So my name is Lasisi Godwin. I'm country director for Africa Youth Forum. And from the position of youth, how exactly can the female gender balance the academic? Because it's also important. I'm a multitasker and I do not believe in specificity. I feel like it's very possible to be equally achievable in all and different areas. So how can the female gender in terms of leadership balance their academic and career growth, and also in terms of leadership and in terms of going for global opportunities and scaling to a global level? How else can they make a balance? Because it's pretty difficult. Most of the time, people always say, it's either you go for leadership or you go for your career, or sometimes they can ask you to be a housewife. So how exactly do they play? Because I don't know if any of us are mothers here. So how then do we play the balance? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So first of all, I think there was one of the events I went to, and then, a message was sent that was very resounding. So please note this, that for all our activities, equality is the outcome, equity is the strategy. You understand? So equity is to give what everybody needs so that they can be the best at the fullest of their capacity as an equal member of the world society. So this includes persons with disability. You understand? And a lot of time the equality might become in terms of output or whatsoever, their qualitative contribution to what we are looking at. So what do I give this person to ensure that he can give me this output? You understand? So the output is the equality, that everybody is equal. You don't look at, oh, because you're a woman, I automatically mean that what your productivity will be what to be reduced. What if that person just needs an extra class? You understand? So, and then that extra class that might not be given automatically to a man because culture, tradition, religion has exposed that person from what? Childhood. Do you understand? Has given that person added advantage. So the equity is what? Now diverting a little bit of resources to bring that person up to par. So I think this is the third time again, this talk about balancing, because, and I know where the conversation is, I think you hinted about it, because we were talking about that. We're talking about marriage and all that. The thing there is that it's our society and community that is unforgiving of women. And, for example, people say that I want to take a break in politics, nobody. Whereas we know people that when men that they run for election, House of Rep, they won first term, second term, they failed. Maybe the third time they didn't win the election. And then the next election, they rebound. Nobody's asking them that they took a break in that 4 years. So I think like I said, is that because our community is so unforgiving, we automatically assume that because a woman is going to marry, is more likely, I don't want to, because it's not all women. Just like, okay, there are chances that you will give birth. And that is a crucial aspect of raising family. And then, oh my God, maybe you will lose the way. You understand? It's because our community is unforgiving. And I don't usually share this in the public because I know some of my friends don't know it. I'm a mom. And I had my son when I was in medical school as the Senate whip of the parliament. I was pregnant when I carried the means of the house. And I had my son with me when I was the speaker of my son. Now I'm a student, I'm married, I have a son. I'm no longer married anyway, it didn't work out. It didn't work out. But then I was married, I was a student, I never failed any of my exams. I had a baby. And then I was the Senate speaker as well. So in that moment, there are support system. And one of my strongest support system were my friends in school, were my teachers in school. You know, so everybody had to take my baby, different classes, go and come back. And those are the things we're talking about, even in institutions, even in public institutions. There's nothing wrong if the National Assembly has a daycare. It's absolutely not wrong. We've talked about leave for women as well as paid leave as well, because the essence is that we want to ensure that the quality of our citizens, the quality of our women, up to standard. There's nothing wrong if the head of service, there's a daycare, because you know your women will marry and you know your women will give birth. And even for the sake of that child as well, it needs to be with the mother. So when we make provisions for this, you realize that we are creating impact. You have someone that is highly motivated to do their best, to bring out their best result, while they're also catering for their natural development. And I'll give another typical example just to round it up. You know, we always talk about girl-child education, girl-child education. It was when I carried out a small school engagement research that I realized how wash facilities in some very extreme rural communities affect the amount of time girls go to school. So because they are not, you see some latrines in some schools, why guys can just, stand and, project, I don't see women projecting. And even if you want to project, do you understand? During that specific time of the month, you are not projecting anything. You are very, very conscious of yourself. You need adequate your hygiene level is what? And then we realize by data that during those periods, those girls don't come to school because you don't have those facilities in school. And take your girl child to school and whatever. So I'll just stop there. So in terms of balancing, do you understand? I don't think it's a big issue because we have women going into, why don't you ask them when they're going to business, selling bow straight hair or doing makeup? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? It is only when it comes to politics that you are, that we seem to be concerned about their capacity. You understand what I'm trying to say? To balance those two things. So I think that I'm assuming that you're a he or she. What would work is to what? Let's provide that conducive environment. You understand? If the person that is the president is very good, she's productive, is not doing well, let's start coaching class now. You understand? So that we can make sure that you pass that particular exam. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Actually, I can see more hands, but we are sorry we cannot take more questions because we have exceeded our time.
Exactly.
So we have come to the end of this session now, and I want to appreciate everyone for listening. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Beautiful session, I must say, and it's very, very impressive to know that the youth actually got involved, and they're wanting to ask more questions, but we're so sorry, okay? Just like she said. Yes. Okay. Okay, fine, good. So please just put it in writing and then forward it to me and then they will be answered. Thank you very much. Beautiful, beautiful session, I must say. Beautiful young women. Please, can we give them another beautiful round of applause? They've been talking about examining young women's leadership in youth and student movement. All right, of course, I am a young woman. Happy? Of course, I am a young woman and I'm here. Isn't it? Let's do the of course challenge, ladies. I know the energy level now has really gone down. I am a young woman, of course. Of course, what? I'm brave. I am a young woman, of course. I'm unique. I am a young woman, of course. I am intelligent. Oh, yes, I like that. I am a young woman, of course. I know Miss Sola Abiola. Can we give her a beautiful round of applause as she makes her way up here for a closing remark? Yes, we have finally come to the end of the show, and here she comes, young woman that's doing so well for the youth.
Women, we're tired, Abby. I want to start by thanking you all for being here. The coppers especially, I believe they were the first to arrive. They came in very early. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. I'm very thankful to all our partners, as I stated when we were starting. Every single one of them contributed a great deal to making this event a success. And you, especially the audience, there's no conference without an audience. If you all hadn't shown up, we'll just have been talking to ourselves. So thank you very much. I wish to thank the leadership of the Ministry of Youth, my ministers, Dr. Jamila Bao Ibrahim, Honorable Ayodele Olawande. I want to thank our partners, UN Women, UNODC, NITDA, NASENI, CAC, CLTC, the Osasucho Foundation, NYSC, and SAFETEL. One thing I want to stress is the fact that this conversation has not ended. This conference is not just another talk shop. It's not just for us to come and talk. It's not just for us to come and feel good about ourselves as women. It is to enable my office make informed decisions about the kind of initiatives that we have to push that will benefit young women. We have other initiatives as well targeted at young people generally, but we put this together to commemorate Women's Month and International Women's Day. I would like to call Dr. Aziza Tisha to please join me here. So I'll tell you a very short story. When they were talking on the student and youth leadership panel, it took me down memory lane. And in 2022, I ran for the office of the National Youth Leader of the All Progressives Congress. And being a woman, you can imagine what the response was. I had people tell me, well, you're a woman, why are you vying for something that's usually it's men that do it? And well, you know, I'm very happy because today, for the first time in our history as a country, we have a female minister of youth. And I think that is the culmination of the advocacy for the full recognition of young women as equal stakeholders in the youth demography. And again, I want to thank our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for making that a reality. It is my prayer that by the time we come together again next year, by God's grace, because I don't intend for this to be a one-off event, we will be able to list the recommendations and the resolutions that we made during this conference, and also give you feedback on the successes that we have recorded and the progress that we have made. For everyone who registered on the event website, ywlc.ng, please know that there will be sustained engagements. You will get updates about our activities in the office that have to do with the outcome of this conference. I will also be issuing advisory to my principal, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, through the Ministry of Youth and other stakeholders who have the power to enact some of the concerns, who have the power to act on some of the issues that have been raised today. So I want to thank you all for coming. I want to thank you for your patience. It takes a lot to wait from 9 p.m. till past 4 p.m. It's because you're interested, it's because you're passionate, and more importantly, it's because you're here of your own volition. And I want to especially thank my dear sister, Right Honorable Aziza Tisha. She's a shining light. She is a bright light. When I heard that we had the very first female speaker of the National Youth Parliament, I was overjoyed. I didn't even know her. I was overjoyed. And incidentally, it was while I was talking with her and Titi. She's always talking. When I was talking with her and Titi, sometime in February or even January, I'm not sure anymore, was when they said, we saw that she calls Mrs. Simi. And she was like, you know, those of you young women that have entered government, what are you doing for Women's Month? What are we doing to really galvanize young women? And then I started to think. Initially, we wanted a picnic. As Izzat said, I'm not sitting on mat on grass anywhere. And then we wanted a dinner. And then they were sending me all these fancy venues. And then my mind just said, why don't we convene the first ever Young Women's Leadership Conference? And Honorable Azizat here was the one who chaired the planning committee. They've done such a wonderful job. So I want to appreciate you, but I also want to appreciate our planning committee, ably led by Right Honorable Azizat Tisha. And I want to thank our partners for their steadfast support. There will be further feedback. There will be further engagement by Allah's grace. We will also make sure that we stay in touch with every single person who was a part of this conference. We will also expand the registration so that perhaps those who were not able to attend can also keep abreast of developments regarding the outcome of this conference, because it is a matter that affects all of us. I'm also very particular about making sure that our work impacts young women across different strata. So it's not just those of us that can speak English, but also our sisters in rural communities who are not very well learned, who don't have the opportunities that those in this room have, who are not able to come to a conference like this, because Nigeria has to work for all of us, irrespective of our social class, irrespective of how learned we are, irrespective of whether we work in government or out of it. And I want to also share something based on my own journey in politics. I didn't join mainstream politics until 2013. It's just been 10, 11 years. Before then, I was in youth movements, and you know, the same concern people will have, you're a woman, why are you so interested in this? But I will tell you that as women, we have a place in every single room, in every part of this country, in every area of our national life. So if politics is what you want to do, please go for it. If business is what you want to do, please go for it. If leadership in any area is what you want to do, please go for it. With God, all things are possible. So please be prayerful, give your all, dot your I's, cross your T's, do everything that you can, apply yourself, put your talent to good use. And as women, please, let us not compete amongst ourselves. Let us collaborate. Collaboration will take us far. Collaboration is what has delivered this event. And by God's grace, this will not be the last time that we meet. So I thank you all. There will be key updates from my office. Please stay updated about our activities. There will be key updates from my office by God's grace. I thank you all, and I hope to see you all very soon. We'll have further engagements, based off of this particular engagement. Thank you all once again, and I wish us all a very safe journey back home.
Beautiful speech, isn't it? I told you. Yes. The SSA to the president on what? Leadership and citizenship. Arisola Abiola. Please, let's give her a beautiful round of applause once again. She said it, she said, know your talent and build on it. As women, let's not stop, let's not relent, keep building, don't stop. And on that note, we've come to the end of, alrighty, I'm blowing you kisses. We've come to the end of today's show, today's conference, but I want to beg us all, let's not leave, let's have group photographs, okay, please. So we're going to start with Risola first, please. We're going to start with her, the dignitaries, and then we'll take on everybody like that. The coppers, please do not leave until and unless we've taken pictures. Okay, fine. Let the coppers come up first. Just like she said, you are the first to arrive this hall. So we just have to, take it as first come, first serve. All right. All right, so to everybody that has put hands together to make this conference a success, we hope to see you same time next year, isn't it? Hopefully. Next year. Thank you very much to the engineers, to the DJ, the photographers, the caterers, and everybody, the ushers, everybody. In fact, the list is just so endless. To Latifa, to Latifa's PA, to everybody. I've upgraded her. Oh, who am I not to mention you? Please, like I said, to everybody, thank you for coming. It really takes patience and love. The fact that you've been here since morning up till this time really means a lot to us. My name remains Zuleyha Bello-Gobir. Thank you for having me, and may God take us back to our respective destinations in one piece. Have a great day.
Wow. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. It won't go back to all my women, my strong women. So amazing how this world was made. I wonder if God is a woman. The gift of life astounds me to this day. I give it up for the woman.
I also wish to thank the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Youth, Dr. Dunoma Ahmed, for his family disposition and I also wish to thank the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry. God's grace, this will not be the I got to the conference.